Hello and welcome to Italy, to the beautiful Olympic Center of Cesana, San Sicario for the European Field Championships 2023. It's Friday and that means team finals. My name is Daniel Medvetsky and here with me is
Paweł Marfica from Poland.
the first match of the day is the under 21 women team Romania against Italy.
Representing Italy per l'Italia, Braccini, Ragna, Del Duca, Martina, Di Francesco, Roberta. Representing Romania per la Romania, Albo Andrea, Niklos Beatrice, Domiziano Elena. Judge for this match is Lee Miller. Arbiter of the match, Lee Miller.
So sorry for the delay, but we can start now. The archers from Romania will be Albu Andrea, Miklos Beatrice and Dobleanu Eleanor. And from Italy we have Braccini Rania, Del Duca Martina and Di Francesca Roberta. They will start on the first target. We can see them approaching now. It's 20 meters, 15 meters for the compound and recurve side and 10 meters for the bare bow.
Yes, as we will see in a second, they will start that match. First will be compound, which is Andrea. Rania. Holding. Lovely shot. 5, a little bit low and to the right.
So every archer will shoot only one shot. We can see Roberta shooting hers, and so these two shot from 20 meters and Roberta shoots 4, maybe 5 on the right hand side. And now we will wait for Rania to shoot her shot. She's shooting from 10 meters because the bare bows have a closer distance on every single target than the recurves and the compounds. She shoots a 3-liner. And now it's turn off from the Romanian team.
Romanian team will be starting with shooting from Andrea. Once again, compound usually starts. Very fast shot. Switch to recurve. You can see 5 low, possibly 4. Now the Beatrice preparing her shot. A little bit of a nerves. Remember that they are under 21, so young archers. Draw. She's holding. And we're gonna see the point afterwards. Once again, bare bow is going for the second stick, the closer one, so 10 meters. That's Alana. Quite a long aim. And a very nice shot.
So we can see the first target. Actually, this is the only target that's gonna be downhill. It's because of the layout of the field. we will not have any other downhill targets. The others are uphill. There's discussion which is harder, uphill or downhill, but both are quite challenging. Your thoughts?
Yeah, while they are counting their points, from my perspective, I always prefer to shoot downhills. Uphill, it's not that convenient for me, but that's my personal preferences. Well, whoever you're gonna ask, you're gonna get a different answer.
Yeah, some recurve archers have problem because when they shoot uphill, they don't move their body correctly, so they can't really get through the clicker. And downhill, it's easier for them to get through the clicker. Maybe sometimes it goes too soon. So yeah, the archers have to correct for uphill and downhill. Now we can see the score, and Romania's leading by 3 points after a lovely 15.
Yeah, very stable shooting for them. So 3 points lead. That's a solid head start on the first target. But please remember, we have 3 more ahead of us, so everything can happen.
The archers are now moving to the second target, which will be a 25 uphill, and for the barebow it will be a 20-meter uphill target. We can see them moving there, and it will be probably Italy to start first.
Yes. In this case, we have 2 targets, 40 centimeters in size. Each team has a target of their own. We're gonna shoot all their arrows into the same one.
Yeah, in field we have 4 different targets. They differ by size and differ what distance the archers are shooting them at. So the smallest we just saw are the, as we call them, bunnies. That's the 20 centimeter target, and this is the 40 centimeter one. And then we'll see bigger targets on longer distances later on.
Italians are starting. Once again, compound first. Long hold. And that's a lovely dead eye. Good start, good start. By Maratia.
Very well, the second shot is a low 5, still good, close to the center. We have to see what the third archer will shoot. Italy has to get back to the middle on the other targets to get back to this match. But they're doing it very well currently.
That's a 4 from Rania. We could saw also the difference with the measurement. Berbos didn't have any kind of sights. Measured by string walking, moving down the string or up the string to make a difference in the distance.
And yeah, Romania starting with Andrea shooting the first shot. And yeah, another 6, so very good from the compound. Beatrice will continue drawing a bow. Oh, but that's a high 2. Maybe something with the sight, or we can't really know. But a good shot required from the barebow shooter, Eleanor. And that's a low 4.
Yes.
So Italy was qualified first in the qualification round, so they didn't have any semi-finals, so they went automatically to the finals. Romania shot against Great Britain and they won 47-45 to get to the finals.
Yeah. So, as I said, after the first target, everything can happen. As we can see, great comeback from Italian side. Now they are leading by 1 point on the second target. Actually, there's a tie, so there was a liner. Score was revised, reviewed, sorry, and we have 27 to 27 on the second target. 2 still ahead of us. The third one coming up, it's gonna be 40 meters for compound and recurve and 35 for burbo with a target phase of 60 centimeters. A strong uphill target with a sun right next to their side, so it's gonna be a very hard target. But as we already saw, all of those archers are extremely well trained, very talented. Otherwise they would not be here on the golden match.
So Italy will be shooting first, coming up to the peg, preparing, moving their sights. Yeah, you have to remember to move your sight after every target, because you would just miss it. So this is actually 45 meters. This is the longest distance you could possibly shoot on this target, which is a 60 centimeter face, as my colleague said. First the compound, holding. Beautiful, right in the middle, as the previous shot.
Yeah, although on the face she was a little bit disappointed, she was not very happy with that shot, but it landed where it should be. Now the record for Berta. Very calm. That's a 6 probably. Liner. Lovely shot. Please remember that arrows are not flying straight, so the sights set up for current distance need to be adjusted because of the slope as well. That requires a little knowledge.
And there's a surprising one on the right side. So Romanians shooting, they do have a chance, but they do need to score well. This is the third target. As always, compound begins. And that's a 5. A bit high. Now Beatrice will continue. She lets down, but maybe just something didn't feel right. She can adjust. They do have a lot of time. They do have enough time for something like this. Wow, that's a high miss. Something didn't feel right. She couldn't, she wasn't happy about that shot. And now Elena shooting. Oh, didn't look happy, but that's a 5, and that's a good shot. 37 to 39, so Italy leading by 2 points after the third target.
I think you will agree with me that the shot was kind of a save. She was losing the draw at the last moment. She hold it on the target and send it to the 5. That was a tough one.
Italy 59, Romania 57, Italia 39, Romania 37.
Okay, so official scoring after the third target is 39 to 37. Sorry, 40 to 47. Uh, Italy is increasing the lead.
37. Italia 40, Romania 37.
You can see them in good mood, smiling.
Yeah, very important to discuss with the coach about the past shots. Maybe some didn't feel right, or maybe talk about the next target. The coach are always there to help. Sometimes not even just to talk about archery, maybe just tell a joke or ease in the mood so that no one's too tense and everyone can just shoot their shots properly.
Yes, and the last target, as we mentioned at the start, will be 60 meters for compound and recurve, while Bebo will shoot 50 meters. They are preparing now, the judges pointing their spots, and their shots will fly in a second.
So since Romania is trailing by 3 points, Romania is starting. As always, it's Andrea Albu starting as the compound. It's good to have an order and shoot in that order every single target. That's a 3, a bit high, a bit on the left side, maybe. More of her shots were on the left side, but it's also due to how the bow reacts to you aiming uphill or downhill, and the archers have to put a bit more pressure on the thumb side, on the finger side when they aim uphill, because the bow tends to go a little bit to the left if we talk about right-hand archers, as these do. Yeah, that's a 4. They didn't look happy with it, but 4 is not a bad shot.
Yeah. Yes, after that reset, which she did, that was a very quick draw, quick shot, quick aiming. So she was pretty confident about her setup. Now the last shot from Bebo. And that's a solid 4 as well, a little bit high, but this is what we get.
Okay, so 48 is the final score for Romania. Now Italy, they know what they have to shoot. In order to win, they have to shoot at least 9 points, which means 3 per archer. Let's see how they shoot. This is Martina who shoots first. Martina was second this year at the European Youth Cup in Chatej. She was a talented archer. And that's a 5. That's a good start.
A little bit to the side, which is kind of a fine Roberta, which was silver medalist from Youngtown last year in World Champions, and she confirms her talent and skill by shooting the perfect 6. Lovely from Roberta. Now the last arrow of this match, most probably, will come from Rania. She poses and quick release. And that's a 2 high, but this is more than enough to win that match, and the gold medal goes to women team of Italy, 53-48.
So we saw some nice shooting from both archers, also some small mistakes, but that happened. It's very different shooting here in the finals field than elsewhere. Not that the terrain would be different, but it's the pressure when you have to shoot. You know, you don't want to let down your teammates. And now it's official. Italy wins the gold medal match here. So, yeah, shaking hands, that's always important. Just be sportsmanlike. And, yeah, so now they will slowly leave the field and will be prepared for the next target, the next match.
match coming up up next. It's gonna be under 21 men's team, where when representation of Czech Republic will meet with Italy once again. But that's in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And on our screens we can already see Italian team, which is gonna be Alossi Fabrizio, Borsani Matteo and Saghetta Matteo. Right after them, Czech team, which is
Yeah, on the Czech side, we'll have Jan Dobry shooting barebow, Lukas Imer shooting compound, and Richard Krejci shooting recurve.
Judge for this match is l'arbitro del match, Mr. Nashi Ugo.
So we got introduced to our teams. Now they're coming up to the first peg, which is, as the previous match, 15 meters for compound and recurve, and 10 meters for barebow. The archers have to set their sight, but it's not as easy. They do have sight marks, so they know where to put the sight on the distance, but you also have to change with the slope, which we talk about in a second, as the Italian side starts with Fabrizio Aloisi shooting the first arrow.
very long hold from a compound archer, very typical for that division, and that was a 6. Very nice start. Quick 6 from Matteo on the record. Now they are moving up for Babel. He's preparing his position. And that's a 5, I think.
So 17 points, strong start from the Italian team. The Czechs going up next.
Yeah,
Judge.
Perfect. That gives some pressure for Czechs.
Yeah, the pressure's always there, but you just cannot concentrate on that. You just focus on your shot. As you can see, Lucas preparing his spot. If there's some, you have to have the best standing ground possible. So you prepare it by moving away any obstacles. And that's a high 5. Coming right up is Richard, shooting recurve. And that's a low 5. And up next will be Jan, moving to the closer peg, which is 10 meters. They still have a lot of time. You can see 60 seconds. So in total, archers have 120 seconds for shooting their arrows, for shooting 3 arrows, 1 arrow each. And that's a 4, maybe 5 low.
I do believe that's a 4, but
4, maybe 5.
that's for now. That's 17 versus 14. But as we seen in the previous match, everything can happen, and even a strong start like that might not secure the win in the end.
Yeah. So now the judge judging the one arrow that's not that sure. And coming back to what I started earlier, when you come up to the peg that says, I don't know, 25 meters as the second target, you still have to judge the steepness of the slope you'll be shooting at, because in different slopes you have to take off distance. So for example, on a very steep slope you will take off something like 10% off the distance. So instead of 25, you'll be shooting 22.5. And this is the rule archers follow. Some can guess it better, some worse. It just, you have to have it in your eye. You have to have the experience of it. And yeah, so Czech Republic will be shooting first and the second peg, which is 25 meters.
Yeah, second peg. Once again, is the first one up the hill, so they need not only reset their sights regarding the distance, but also reset the way how they are currently aiming to the fact that they're going to be going up. As we mentioned before, the arrows are not going flat, they have a little bit of an angle, and you have to take that into consideration when you're shooting field archery, the major difference between that and tracks. So once again, compound first.
Prepare his spot. Now he'll draw his arrow and shoot. So as we talked about, compound, as you could see, compounds go always first. That's the reason, because it's not a rule, but compounds have the lowest room for error, because they have the strongest poundage, so the compounds can judge the distance and then tell the others how much to move their side regarding the uphill or downhill slope. And that was a 5 high, so he'll tell his teammate where to put the sight. Richard shooting second. He's let down. Something just didn't feel right, so he has enough time to shoot again. And that's a 5 on the right side. Now Jan moved up to the closer peg of 20 meters and he'll be shooting his arrow. He has 40 seconds, so enough time for an arrow. Ooh, and that's a high 2.
Yeah, that can be painful, that loss of points. But for now, we are moving to Italian archers, and Fabrizio will start as a compound. Look at how calm he is and how sure about his shot. That's a high 5. Very nice. Now Matteo, the record, aiming. Not happy with the set. You can see it on the face, something is feeling off. So reset, draw again, and very quick shot. And that's a 6. Is as far as I see it, very solid one. So that reset was a good idea, and a bad ball in hands of Matteo Segetta will be the last shot on that target. And that's a 4 as far as I see it.
So after the second target, Italy's leading by 6 points. The Italians have a long history of field archery. They have one of the best archers in the world for field. They know how to do it. In opposite, the Czechs were a bit of a surprise because that's the first time they got into a medal match in the history of Czech archery. So these 3 guys are something special. They hope to get up to Italy, and we will see on the third target.
As we mentioned before, those are very young archers. That's under 21 group, so they're not seniors yet. But as we can see here in that match, we have already 3 archers, 2 from Italian team and 1 from Czech, which last year in the World Championships in Youngtown were shooting as well. And that was Matteo Segetta, Matteo Morseni, and Richard Krejci. So they are, regardless of their young age, they are experienced in archery in general, but field archery as well. And we can see that when they are approaching their pegs, when they are aiming, there is not much that can surprise them. But now we are moving to peg number 3. We'll be started with Czechs.
So yeah, since the Czechs are trailing by 6 points, they're the ones starting. This is a 45 meter target, and for the compound and recurve, and then a 40 meter target for barebow. So Lucas aiming his shot. It's slightly uphill, not that much, and that was a 5 on the left side. Richard coming up next. He knows he has to shoot a good shot in order to help his team get back to this match. Yeah, now he just thought maybe he would move the sight a bit higher, so cut away more, as we say it. And that's a 6, so good thing from him to move his sight. Now Jan coming up to the peg, to the closer peg of 40 meters. Since barebow isn't as accurate as recurve and compound, they have shorter distances in field archery. And that's a high 3. So altogether 14 points for the Czech team.
Now Fabrizio starting. I don't know if you hear that, but in the background the crowd is cheering for them, but he's focused on his process, on his shot. Aim. Very smooth release, and that's a 6. So situation for Italy is beginning to look quite comfortable. Once again, a reset. That's a very useful skill to know when reset the process, when restart the shooting once again. He wasn't happy with that shot, and we see that on the target. It's a 3 on third. But still, they have enough room for such an errors. And Matteo once again, Belbo finishing that target. Ooh, that's a low 1.
So after 3 targets, the lead of Italians has dropped only to 2 points. There's 1 to judge, so it might be 3 points, but everything's still open. It's not surprising to lose 3 or 4 points in the one end in field archery because of the distances, and you can see the 6, the small target, small circle in the middle is quite small, very small actually. So anything's open up. So yeah, 2 points. It was confirmed. Italy is leading by 2 points, and Czech Republic is starting once again since they are trailing.
And we saw here a thing that is very important in the team matches, or mixed teams as well. Members are communicating, they're exchanging the information. If you don't have that communication, if you don't see those chats between the targets, that's not a team, that's a group of individuals that's in. And here, as we see, they see the comments. We also see in the background the team spirit of the Czechs, who are still fighting. They're gonna not give up, although at the moment they are losing by 2 points, and Lucas is preparing his shots.
Yes, as you said, they have to exchange valuable information, even if someone makes some mistakes and judges the target too much or or not enough. He'll just tell the others, and then they can move from that and learn and shoot the other shots better. Oh, and that's a high 3 for Lucas. So now they'll know where to move their sight, because they'll know how many meters to cut off this distance. Richard aiming. You can actually see a bit of wind start picking up, so that might alter the arrows, but not much, because it's not strong wind. Sometimes it messes with the archer's head more than actually with the flight of the arrow, but these are both on the left side. That's a 5. The Czechs do need a very strong finish here, so the pressure is on Jan to shoot a good arrow, 5, hopefully 6, if they want to get back in this match. That's a 3 on the left side. All 3 arrows are on the left side, so 51 points altogether. We'll see what the Italians have to will shoot, but they have to shoot at least 10 points in order to win.
Fabrizio made some last moment adjustments on his side, so he changed his mind on the setup. See the focus on his face. They know that they lost a little bit of advantage that they had. And that's a lovely 6, I think, on the line. Still a very good shot. Mateus holding longer. This time without a reset, a lovely, lovely 6. And once again, a Burbo is the last one. And it's a low 4. I was kind of surprised seeing how that shot was prepared. And I really thought it's gonna go low. And that's what happened.
So unofficially we can see that Italy wins, but yeah, we'll still have to wait for the confirmation. But if the judge finds every arrow as we called it, it will be the 7-point lead and 7-point win for Italy. Yeah, and it has been confirmed that Italy wins this match. We'll have the medal ceremonies right now, and then we'll continue with other matches. The gold for women team and the men team.
Coming up right next, after the short break.
Andiamo con la cerimonia di premiazione. Ladies and gentlemen, and ceremony for the under 21 team. Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione under 21 squadre femminili. Please welcome the medalist. Diamo il benvenuto ai medagliati. It will be presented by gli oggetti di ricordo saranno consegnati da Mr. Paolo Ferrero, Local Organizing Committee President. Bronze medal, medaglia di bronzo, representing Great Britain per la Gran Bretagna, Isabella Bruguier, Catherine Morton, Luisa Piper. medaglia d'argento. Representing Romania, per la Romania, Andrea Albu, Beatrice Miklos, Leonardo Miceanu. Gold medal, medaglia d'oro, representing Italy, per l'Italia, Rania Braccini, Del Duca Martina, Roberta Di Francesco. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Signore e signori, un grandissimo applauso per queste fantastiche atlete. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men under 21 team. Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione per la squadra maschile under 21. Medal will be presented. Medal will be presented by World Archery Europe Technical Delegate Cristina Reitmer. Le medaglie saranno consegnate dalla delegata tecnica della World Archery Europe. Gift will be presented by President of the local organizing committee, Paolo Ferrero. Gli oggetti di ricordo saranno consegnati dal presidente del comitato organizzatore Paolo Ferrero. Bronze medal representing Great Britain, Oliver Hicks, Callum Bigot, Johan Rees. Silver medal, medaglia d'argento, representing Czech Republic, per la Repubblica Ceca, Jan Dobry, Imer Lukacs, Richard Tracy. Gold medal and European champions, representing Italy, Fabrizio Aloisi, Matteo Borsani, Matteo Seguetta. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Italy. Signore e signori, tutti in piedi per l'inno nazionale italiano. please give a warm round of applause to our athlete. Signore e signori, un grandissimo applauso per gli atleti.
And here we are with the winner of the Woman Junior Team event. Your sensation about this victory?
I mean, we are really happy about this victory and we really wanted it, so it has been really exciting and we haven't really prepared it, so it's been a lot more pleasing to win here in Italy.
And what about this season? How can you consider this season? A winning one?
I'm happy for this season. I try to do my best. I do all competition for to stay here, and I'm happy to stay with Roberta and Martina and win this title.
And your expectation for the next season?
The same of this season, I wish.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A good goal, the second medal of this event for Italy. What is your thinking about?
Italiano e inglese. Penso che sia una grandissima esperienza, ha dato veramente tante emozioni e spero che ce ne sarà un'altra tra poco, vediamo come andrà.
He said that it has been really a meaningful and full of emotions moment, so he really hopes to maybe have another one soon.
Several events this year with the European Cup, Grand Prix, youth event and so on. What is the best memory of this season for you?
Allora di sicuro questo evento me lo porterò per sempre perché 3 medaglie su 3 non capita molto spesso, però anche tutte le altre trasferte sono state molto belle e me le ricorderò per sempre.
Okay, he will remember this event specifically because he will get for sure a medal in the team event, in the mixed team event, and he also just got the bronze for the individual event, but he will remember every event of this season because they just mean so much to him.
Sports means friendship. What is your new best friend from this event?
La squadra italiana.
His new best friend from this event is all the Italian team.
Thank you very much.
So welcome back to the field. Now we have an ongoing match between Italy and France for the gold medal in the women team. Sorry for the small mix-up. And on the Italy side, we have quite a star team. Aiko Rolando starting. Yeah, that's a 5.
Yes. Three of those archers are holding multiple titles of world champions in the field. They are for sure the expected to be win. Let's see how this expectation will go. The last, as usual, Burbo shot by Cinzia. A little bit longer preparations. Aim. Draw. And that's a 5, maybe 6. So very strong start from Italian side. Let's see how the France will respond.
So it's the turn of the French team. Preparing now. The judge just signalized that they can start shooting. The clock starts counting down. They have 10 seconds for preparation, then 120 seconds for shooting. This target is the smallest we have on this field. It's a 20 centimeter diameter at 15 meters. Tiffany Renaudi starting to shoot. We can't properly see, but that's a low 4. We can see all the previous errors were also low. So maybe the judgment of the archers. That's a 6 now. Also a bit low, but a 6. So good shot. That's what they need to shoot.
Yeah, please remember that arrow needs to touch the line in order to be counted in favor of the archer. So those liners are very, very often helping to improve the score. Alicia shooting the last arrow for this target. Kind of a long draw. And that's a low 4, unfortunately. So Italy ahead with 1, possibly 2 points, because 1 arrow will be judged in a second, and the final score will be presented to us in a moment.
So just to talk about the Italian, we can call them Dream Team because every single one of them holds a world title. Cinzia Nociglia is a world field and 3D champion. Sara Ret is a world field youth champion, and Aiko Rolando is a double world field youth champion from 2022 and 2018. So all of them have experience shooting field. They're very good, well prepared. We could see, yeah, Italians are very strong in field, as we saw the previous 2 matches, which were also won by Italians. But let's not underestimate the French team as well, because they also have a couple world medals amongst themselves. And we can see the scores have been confirmed. It's 14-14, so tied after one end. The second end will be shot at 25-meter far target at a 40 centimeter wide.
The reason why sometimes we are not certain about how the arrow actually hit the target, and then scores are being reviewed afterwards by the judge, though the angles. The arrow might look like it's holding, for example, a 5, but because of the very steep angle, arrow going down, it actually is landing a little bit below that line, and it's actually a 4. So that's always a matter for the judge to make a final decision what score should be counted. On this pack, Italy will start.
So the Italian team was qualified first in the qualification round. We had the past 2 days with 2,140 points. They had the bye in the 1-4 round and the 1-2 round. In the semi-finals, they beat Poland 59 against 42. Aiko shooting her first arrow. Yeah, that's a nice 6 on the left-hand side.
Still a check to verify.
Sarah Red shooting, preparing to shoot her arrow. She's just aiming.
Only first of all force of habit, secondary to confirm exactly where the arrow landed, so she can get the Cinzia and give Cinzia some informations. That's how the teams are working toward the mutual goal, mutual success.
A good score of 15 for the Italian team. We'll see what the response from the French team will be. First, Tiffany will shoot. You can see the French shooting the common order of first the compound, then the recurve, then the barebow. As we said earlier, this is because of the barebow, the compound has a much higher poundage, so the mistakes there are corrected. Mistakes in judgment of sight movement, maybe, or
also the fact that they have the most precise sights. They are able to make a very nice 6. They can give the information to the rest of the team about the possible corrections, because their bows and their equipment is the most precise. Now the Olympic record by Audrey, and that's a 5. Yeah, that's a 5. A little bit higher, but also very nice. Francis is responding strong, and in the end, Alicia. Now we see exactly how the bobos are aiming by string walking. So she went down a little bit. Quick shot, and that's a high 3.
so 1 point lead for Italy at the moment, but yeah, it's still a very open game. 2 targets to go. Maybe expand a bit about, you started string walking. How does it work?
Basically, the string walking is the sights, the aiming method for barebows. They don't have sight themselves, they are aiming with the tip of the arrow. And that's unofficial, by the way. It's 28-29 for the Italians. Back to string walking. When you want to decrease the distance where you want to shoot, you're going with your hand down the string from the arrow. Most of the barebow archers right under the arrow, the fingers touching the arrow, means they are shooting at 50 meters more or less. Going down is decreasing the distance where the arrow will land. On their finger tap, which they have, there is usually a scale with the markings helping with that process, and we've seen that several times. But as we said it also, it's the less precise of the regular sights that Olympic recurve and compound have. But now back to the next peg.
So the French team will be shooting first since they are trailing by 1 point. Coming right up to the peg, it's Tiffany starting again. The judge just said made the call, came up to the peg. It's very important to remember to move the sight. As we talked about it, compounds and recurves have a normal sight, usually with sight marks where they mark where to move their sight in individual distances. So now she had moved it to 45, and that's a low 5.
Yeah, the line was clipped, so for sure that's a 5.
But the problem that's making it sometimes the uphill and downhill targets, we will have to cut off some of the distance, so it's a 1 meter or 2 meter cut. On this target, it would be something around 1 meter, 1.5. And if the archer doesn't judge it correctly, the arrow will land in different height.
Yeah, here we had a very short after the reset, and excuse me, Audrey was not happy with that shot, and we saw that landed on 3 far right. So that's putting Alicia in a very uncomfortable position where she needs to have that chase. And that's also a 3. So altogether 11 points for France. Italians can breathe a little bit, they have some space. Although, taking into consideration the skills and experience of that team, I don't think they need some space for potential errors. We will see in a moment. Now the recurve and compound archers are going for the shots.
Yes, as you said, the pressure's a bit off, but not by much, because anyone can make a mistake. So the archers must not focus on the window they just opened, but they have to focus on their shots and do the process exactly as they want. And that's something we talked about, and that's a 4, bit high. Sarah will shoot her arrow next. And that's a 5, also high, so the height difference is pretty much the same. And now Cinzia will go and shoot her arrow. She moved up to the closer peg. The distance now is 40 meters.
Additional complication for that particular peg is that target is not straight uphill, it's a little bit to the side, which is making the judgment of the slope even more difficult. As we saw in the previous matches, this target is causing some serious problems for all of the archers. But Cinzia is landing a beautiful shot, and we have 13 points for Italy, which is increasing their lead to 3 points, and it's 42 to 39.
Yes, as you said, might cause some problems, because the archers, if the target is slightly moved to the side, the archers will align their bows, or tend to align their bows with the target, but that means the bow is not standing straight and all the aiming's off. So in this case, every archer has a different technique, but they have to focus on resetting the bow to the correct upright position, that it's not tilted to either side, because only by that can they shoot the best and most accurate shots.
Yes. The arrows have been removed, as you can we'll see in a second. There's additional member of the staff who is retrieving the arrows from the targets after the judges are confirming the scores. the archers are not moving from the zone from which they are shooting. What is important that you've seen a moment ago after the previous shot, one of the competitors was actually checking and verifying the arrow because she probably felt that maybe something was off with those. But now to the target number 4. France will start once again. Alicia will shoot first. Oh, sorry, Tiffany.
Oh, that's a great shot, brilliant shot, right to the middle. So that's a strong start for France. They do need to gain some points on this target, at least 3 to force a shoot off. 4 would be good. OG wasn't very comfortable with this shot, so the best move is just to let it down, reset it, shoot it again. That seemed like a better one, and it's a 4 at the right side, a bit low. And now Alicia will come to the shorter peg of 50 meters. She will shoot her arrow from there.
And everything is in her hands. Quite of a pressure, because still France is still in the game. The lead that Italy has is not that big. And that's a 4, maybe 3, hard to tell, but I would say 4. Yeah.
Yes, so we can see that the Italians have to shoot at least 12 points now to win. The decent was one of the better ones, but still not perfect for France. Now they're just waiting and hoping some shot won't go as the Italians planned. You can see Aiko checking her sight mark just to make sure that she is on 60 meters, because even the slightest offset of 2 or 3 meters could make a huge difference in the target. When you change by 5 or 6 meters, you won't even hit the target probably. And that's 2.
Yeah, that's what I said. The advantage that they have was kind of a good one, few points, but not that they were like 100% certain of winning that match. That shot is bringing France seriously back to the game. Now, Tiffany, and that's a 4.
So it's much more diverse in field archery than in regular target archery, whereas the archers just shoot at 10s and 9s, and that makes the difference. These, because of the conditions changing so much, you can make one mistake and then just lose it all. A lot of pressure on Cinzia. She has to shoot at least a 5 to force a shoot off. If she shoots a 6, Italians will win. And that's a 3, so that's a win for France. That's a very surprising one, but the French are the European champions for 2023. Unofficially for sure. We'll wait for the judges to mark the arrow, but there weren't any liners, so probably just waiting for the confirmation to everything be official. But that's what can happen in field. Why we love field. That field is very changing. Okay, so the judge is calling the arrows. You can see now. Have a look from both sides, and then yeah, he called it just to be sure the target, the arrows are called correctly.
Yeah, we can see David Jackson marking the target, the holes. That's something which you do to make sure that all the arrows were remembered by the target. Great joy in the France team. They really were the underdogs in that fight, and they won, even though the start was definitely belonging to Italian team, but they didn't give up. They were fighting, and they won. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, so both teams hugging. They know each other for a long time, so it's most of archers are good friends, and they just compete on the field. But right after it, they're friends and they talk to each other. And yeah, it's a shame for Italy because they were going really strong, but you can see one target can change everything. French team very happy, taking their pictures. This is something that you'll see on their social media, because this is the real joy that comes from archery. So the French team and the Italian team just left. We'll wait for the field to be reset, some targets changed. Hopefully we'll hear some words from the newly crowned European champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the men team.
So yeah, the archers just arrived for the men's gold medal match. Same as the previous ones, there will be one bare bow shooter, one compound shooter, and one recurve shooter on both sides. Sweden. Yeah, the Italian team finished first in the qualification round, and going up against the Swedish team, which is just introduced.
If I would call
A
that
great
match, I would
victory
say that's a
in
clash
this
of the titans,
European
because both of the
Championship.
teams
What is your feeling?
are extremely strong. All of them are multi-time medalists of both 3D and Field Championship.
Très stressé, honnêtement. On avait une bonne météo, ça a joué déjà en notre faveur, mais quand même très stressé parce qu'en 2019 on a fini 3e, à Porec en 2021 on a fini 2e, donc là on voulait franchir la dernière étape et gagner. Ça nous tenait vraiment à cœur.
Well, that's a lot to translate. So the weather is great. She feels great, and I can't translate everything because I forgot. But during the previous years, they had some losses, and it was really important for her to win this one.
What do you think about the course and the place?
C'est pas les pas de tir qu'on a l'habitude de tirer chez nous en France. C'était difficile pour moi en tout cas, mais je m'en suis très bien sortie, je trouve. Donc voilà. Le lieu est super beau. On n'a pas eu la météo qu'on aurait voulu jusqu'à la fin, mais bon, c'est pareil, on s'adapte et je pense que c'est celui qui s'adapte le mieux qui réussit le mieux aussi. Voilà.
Oh, yeah, also, that's a lot to say. I forgot most of it, but she said that she's not used to this kind of shooting in France, and the place is beautiful, and I don't remember honestly. What did you say?
Celui qui s'adapte le mieux, c'est celui qui saura réussir.
So the one who adapts the best is the one who wins in the end.
And your goal for next season?
Moi, c'est ma première saison en senior. Du coup, je suis trop contente de pouvoir faire une médaille avec les filles. C'est trop bien.
So she's really happy because it's her first year as a senior, and it's really great to win this medal with the other girls.
Thank you very much.
Each team has just shot their third arrow on the first target, which is a 15 or 10 meter target, depending. Compound and recurve shoot 15, and the bareboat shooter who just shot is shooting 10 meters. We can see the scores are 5, 3, and 4. That makes 12 total, and the Italian team's coming back. We can see that Marco Bruno's starting to first shoot. He shoot first. He's European Field Championship silver medalist. Also, he got the silver at the European Games this year. So a lot of achievements, and he just shot a 5 or 6 low.
Massimiliano will be shooting recurve now. A little bit slower motion. He's a European Field Championship as well. So, as I mentioned a moment ago, the match between Sweden and Italy, I would call the Clash of the Titans, as both of the teams have multiple medals between them on the field and 3D. A reset from Massimiliano. Very long hold, but it seems it was worth it because it's a solid 5. In the end, of course, as usual, Berbo in hands of Giuseppe Simandi. Very long hold for a Berbo archer, but it's landing a solid 5. So it was definitely worth the wait.
So the Italian team qualified first, as we said, with 2,245 points, which is a very high score. In the 1-4 match, they have beaten Luxembourg 53-46, and in the semi-finals, they have beaten Germany 57-54. Yeah, as we talked about earlier, a lot of medals. Giuseppe Simandi, for example, has multiple world field but also 3D medals. Just to clear, 3D archery is where you don't shoot at targets but you shoot at models of animals. So the targets are shaped in animals, and they have different zones which are worth a different amount of points, but and also they are shooting unmarked distances, whereas field, which we can see now, is a mix of marked and unmarked.
Yeah, the Swedish team is currently a little bit behind, but also they went strong when after qualifications. They had 2,216 points, a very good result. They beaten Sweden in a quarterfinals. Slovenia, of course, 58-49, and Finland 57-54. And now they are in finals against Italy. and we have some kind of a hold up. The judge is not sending the archers to the position yet. We have some kind of an issue. Staff member is being sent to check the target, maybe. Oh, I know. Their son came to us finally, and now it's the sunshine is reflecting from the boards and probably is blinding the archers. They noticed that, and there will be small adjustments, and the shooting will come back in a second.
Yeah, this is a very inconvenient thing to happen for archers because they have to aim as well as they can, and if there are two very bright spots right next to the target, it confuses their aiming. Your eyes focus different, and also the brightness of your eyes will change, so that's never good, and luckily the staff just made it, just fixed this issue.
The first shot will come from from Jacob. Very long hold, kind of a typical for compound archers, and a very nice 5 for the start on this target. It's a bit to the left, solid. How Jonathan, field bronze medalist in team, and will come. Change of the and a very solid 6. You can see that both compounds and the recurve archers are kind of tending to have a long hold, long aiming, while the Burbo is kind of faster pace. And now Erik Jonsson will now shoot the last arrow for Sweden on this target. And that's a 4, maybe. 3 for sure, 4 maybe, that the judge will say in a moment.
So as you talked about the difference of length in shooting, this is caused by the compound and recurve have a sight, so they tend to aim more and it's more precise, as well as the recurve, they do have a clicker. It's a small plate that will click right after you drawn the arrow, and that takes some time to get through the clicker. So Marco shooting his first arrow on this target, and that's a nice 6, slightly on the right side. Massimiliano continuing. So here we can see the clicker. Now the arrow's right on the tip of the and now it clicked too soon. Once again, if you look, there's a small plate. The archer has to put the arrow under it, and as they pull, the clicker will click right after the arrow has come past, and that's the signal for the archer to shoot. So you can focus on that now, and that's the cause of the longer hold. And most of the archers know, and right after it clicks, they shoot it, so you can't even see the clicker move. And now Giuseppe Semandi continuing. He's one of the best archers in the world. The bear bow has no clicker, so the archer has to rely on his feel. And that's a 3 on the left side. So we'll see what the judge calls, but here it says they are...
It lost a little bit of the advantage, and it's going to be more likely 14 to 15 on this target for the Swedish team. So once again, a match where the favors are going back and forth. Once there's no one-sided situation, But this is what we are hoping for, and those are the gold medal finals on the European Championships of the 2023. So we're moving to the target number 3, and Sweden will still be starting, as they are down 3 points against Italy.
So one arrow has been called a lower one, so the 4-point lead will remain after this target. Both shot a 6, a 5 and a 3. That's what the uncertainty was about, but the judge made it clear. So Sweden can start.
Now we see aiming at the target number 3, which we already said is kind of the hardest one on this track. And Sweden starting strong with a solid 6, no doubts about that. Judges will have nothing to say about this one. Now the second shot will come from Jonathan. Calmly drawing the ball, anchoring. Something's not about right, so reset, take a breath.
I would just like to point out the holding of the bow in regular recurve archer has one finger above the arrow and 2 below on the string. Here he has all the 3 fingers below, which is a hold more common with barebow shooters, but it seems to be working for him, so good.
And time is a little slowly running out. We have only 40 seconds on the clock. Oh, that's a flinch, a recovery. He was holding that arrow. And finally we have a 5. Now the problem is that there is only 27 seconds left for Erik to shoot his arrow. But as we said, barebows are shooting fairly quickly, especially in the hands of such an experienced archer as Erik Jonsson, who is sending the arrow on 10th second on the clock. And that's a 4 low, but it's still a very good, taking into consideration the pressure of time.
So 15 points is one of the most we had in this target. It's a bit of a hard target now that the shades have moved and the archers are shooting from the sun, but the target is in the shade, so that just changes the aiming a little bit. They must not forget to Marco shooting first. He must not forget to move his bow correctly, because since this target is bit moved to the right side, the archers tend to shoot it a bit on the right side. But now that's a great 6. The Italian team starting very strong. Massimiliano, can he continue with the strong shooting? Another flinch. He'll just redraw it. They do have 75 seconds on the clock, so that's a lot of time for 2 arrows. On a regular target competition, archers have 20 seconds per arrow on the finals field, so here we can see that's a lot of time. That's a long hold. And it's 3. You could see he wasn't happy with the shot. He's looking to his binoculars to check, and then maybe he'll do some adjustments, move the sighter, remember what to do better. Under the pressure, archers tend to forget the basic. They have the shot in their muscle memory, but when they're under pressure, they just start to think about it too much, and that's never good. Giuseppe aiming his arrow. Also a flinch. A lot of pressure on him. This is the finals of the European Championships, so there's No surprise in that, but he has 13 more seconds. He must not do it too quickly, just shoot it. Flinching, and that's a 4. So interesting turn. The Italian team unofficially still leads by 2 points, 1 or 2 points. We will see according what the judge has to say about that arrow. So everything can be decided in the last target.
As we've mentioned multiple times, the weather conditions, the sun, the shades, the wind, so on, so on. Something that is extremely important for all of the archers, of course, but it's so basic, so hard on the archers which are shooting not the track but field or 3D competitions. Furthermore, the sun came up not so long ago. You can confirm that the morning shootings, the quarterfinals and semifinals were done in the rain. So please remember about that all the archers now have to deal with the situation when the temperature and the overall conditions change drastically during few hours. That's something that you need to deal with within the short period of time, and adds that additional flavor to that competition, and that additional fun for us to watch those masters of the bow in the field. And once again, Sweden is starting as they are down 2 points. Some adjustments on the sides, as usual, you can see, because when you're judging the target from a little bit behind, when you are entering the position, sometimes you have the second thoughts. As usually, Jacob is holding a very long but solid 6 here. So it's worth to wait. Jonathan is preparing the ground for himself, something that archers which are shooting tracks not doing, because they don't have to. Here you need to prepare your own ground to make it a solid position, to make that perfect shot, which Sweden needs that much at the moment. This time without hesitation, without the reset, but this is a free high. And Eric now approaching his position. Oh, some flinch, reset. When you are aiming, when you are locking on your body to the shot, you don't want to have that. Reset. Quite solid. Quick shot, and that's a 6 from Eric Jonsson. That's one of the masters of barebow archery can show on this difficult track in Cesana.
The Italians are the last ones to shoot. 3 arrows that will decide how this match will end. They have to shoot at least 14 points in order to win. If they shoot 13, there will be a shoot-off. If they'll shoot less, Swedish team will win. Bruno preparing, and that's a 6. That's very nice. That's what the Italians needed to start off. Now Massimiliano ready for his shot. He didn't like that one. Something just didn't feel right. The archers know the feelings, and this is a 60 meter and quite steep uphill, so it's a hard target to shoot, and you must make any mistake. the second try. He still has 60 seconds, so that's a lot of time. Long call. Pressure on him, but he delivers. That's a 5. Italian team needs a 3 for the last arrow, which will be shot by Giuseppe Seinandi at 50 meters. That's the longest barebow shooters shoot in field, as well as the 60 meters walls for recurve and compound. Here's 24 seconds. All the pressure. And that's nice. So that's a 3. That's exactly what they needed. And the Italian team unofficially wins the European title. That's the third one we could see this afternoon. But we'll still have to wait for the confirmation from the judge.
So now it's official. Italian team wins a gold medal in men's team match against Sweden after a lovely fight. Now we would like to invite for the medal ceremony, which will take place in a second, where both women and men team will be decorated. So see you and hear you in a moment after that with the barebow mixed under 21 match.
Scarichi può perdere la linea, però adesso ti sento. Ti dal via.
Ragazzi? Abbiamo dato rosso di nuovo.
Però adesso ti sento.
Va rosso.
medaglia d'argento. Representing Italy per l'Italia. Cinzia Notiglia, Sara Ret, Aiko Rolando. European Champions, medaglia d'oro e campionesse europee. Representing France, Alicia Baumerd, Orcliu Machiette, Divine Renaudin. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of France. Signore e signori, tutti in piedi per l'inno nazionale francese.
Non si sente niente, morta.
Ma anche quella di Aseo è quella.
Non lo so, mi ce l'ho. No, ma si è bloccata sull'ospite, non so perché. Senti? Funziona?
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our athlete. Signore e signori, un grandissimo e caloroso applauso per queste grandissime atlete.
Non so se accende spenta per il Vabbè, possiamo prendere il segnale, vale, fare il punto di questo, ok? C'è un po' che pressione.
Victory ceremony for the men team. Signore e signori, la cerimonia per la squadra maschile. Medal will be presented by World Archery Europe Technical Delegate Cristina Reitmeier. Le medaglie saranno consegnate dal tecnico delegato del World Archery Europe Cristina Reitmeier. It will be presented by President of the local organizing committee. Gli oggetti del ricordo saranno consegnati da Mr. Paolo Ferrero, Local Organizing Committee President. Bronze medal representing Germany, Michael Meyer, Florian Stadler, Florian Urru. Silver medal, medaglia d'argento, representing Sweden. Per la Svezia, Jonathan Andersson, Jacob Benscholt, Eric Johnson. champions, medaglia d'oro e campioni europei. Representing Italy per l'Italia, Marco Bruno, Massimiliano Mantia, Giuseppe Seimatti. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Italy. Signore e signori, tutti in piedi per l'inno nazionale italiano.
Condini se sente il microfono.
Arrivo. Natasha, senti il micro perfetto, sì.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now have the Barebow Under 21 Mixed Team Finals. Great Britain against Sweden.
From Great Britain.
Representing Sweden, Tilde Ottosson, Leo Pettersson. Judge for this match is
Una medaglia pesante.
Sì, pesante e importante, siamo contenti di averla portata qui, soprattutto in questa nazionale italiana e soprattutto in casa, quindi siamo felicissimi.
Very happy to win the medal here in our country for all the team. Una domanda imbarazzante, chi è il più forte del team? Who is the best of the three?
For sure the compound who can shoot only 6.
And now next event for the team?
What, sorry? Next event is a mixed team now, and I hope it will go also good. And it's awesome to win here in Italy.
He wants still to win something now with the mixed team and all the individual event for all the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, after a short interruption, we start with Tilde Ottosson shooting the first arrow, and that's a very good. That's a 6, a bit low. Leo Pettersson will also be shooting his first arrow. So, the distances have been moved, and we are shooting from 15 meters now. This is because some of the archers that shot the teams will also be shooting the mixed teams, and we don't want anyone to gain an advantage. And that's a 3. That's a 2, maybe a 3.
Let's now swap to British couple. Caitlin gonna shoot first. And that's a 3 low. Due to the fact that it's a mixed match, that means that every archer will shoot 2 arrows. Ollie shooting solid 6. Back to Swedish.
So Tilde on her second arrow, she still has 98 seconds, so that's a lot of time for her. For 2 arrows, 1 for each archer. And that's 3 low. Now Leo Pettersson will continue the last arrow. And that's a 5.
As you can see, each couple shoots one of the arrows for their targets, then switch to the second team and back once again. Fast shot from Caitlin. Not entirely sure when that arrow landed. Gonna see that in a second. And Oliver.
I'm afraid he shot the wrong target.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I was so confused that I that I froze.
Yeah, there's 8 targets and every archer has 2 and they are supposed to shoot.
I'm pretty sure that Caitlin actually shot. Caitlin shot the wrong one?
So we'll see in just a second what happened there, but one of the archers shot, one of the British archers shot the arrow on the wrong target. The judge will see, unfortunately, when there are 2 arrows in one target, only the lower one counts. So that takes out even more points. Now the judge will call the arrow, decide how to. There you can see the main judge going there to help him.
To be completely honest, I'm surprised because even though that we are watching the under 21 match, they are very experienced and such an error is not happening very often in general, especially for archers like those. We have final confirmations about the points, so yes, actually that's true, so there will be a 0 for 1. Oh, actually no, that's a 4. No. So, oh! Actually, okay, so actually Swedish archer shot wrong target. So, 4 points in the end for Great Britain and 1 miss for Swedish.
Great Britain.
Yes, these are quite confusing situations, but the judge made his mind, made up his mind. I believe he's correct. But Leo, yeah, he made a mistake, but he'll just have to recover from it and don't think about it. He still knows he can shoot well. And let's see how he shoots on the second target. This is a 25 meter far target on a 40 centimeter face. Both archers, both teams have only one face, one target face, so it should be easier regarding the aiming. Tilde drawing first arrow. That's a high 2. She didn't seem very happy with it.
Also, I would say that way how she draw the ball and how she set up her position was kind of a hectic.
Now Leo drawing his. We can't really see what the score is, but judging something high on the target. A 3 or a 2 high.
And Caitlin. I'm gonna shoot. That's a low 3, and we also see that Swedes had 2 possible 3 for their second arrow. Now Ollie is gonna shoot second arrow for Great Britain. And it's a beautiful 6, solid without any doubt.
Now the Swedish team knows they both judge the distance a bit too far, hence it's a higher arrow position. But now one more shot, and that's a low one. So interesting there. Maybe overcorrecting it too much. Leo just has to get back and just know his shot and shoot it. And that's a 3. So not the best end for the Swedish team.
Definitely after that first target, which was, as we said already, that kind of confusion. Now the nerves are popping in, and that the result can be seen on the scoreboard straight away. Caitlin, oh lovely, that's a 5, and Ollie. For the moment I would like all of you to look at the equipment of the archers, because actually both Ollie and Caitlin are shooting the risers, the bows, which are designed for bare bow. Most of the archers are using the risers designed for Olympic recurve. And Ollie, I think, landing the second 6 spot on. So that's a great position before the third target. Finishing, let's say it, actually Oliver and Caitlin are using the risers designed for bare bow, which are still kind of a rare, as a bare bow is one of the youngest divisions in archery, while most of the archers which we saw and will see today are using the risers designed for Olympic recurve, just stripped of those additional elements like clicker, like sights and so on. This is basically a sign of evolution, where actually producers of equipment are going following the flow of the archery in general.
Yes, as you say, when there's demand, there will be supply. So, as these archers now requested something different for their bare bow, we know the shooting position is a bit different, so the geometry of the riser is tiny bit different and to fit more, and that's why these archers opted to shoot this way. So Sweden, target number 3, this target is a 30-meter uphill. Yeah, except the first target, all of these will be uphill. It's just because of the position of and orientation of the range. And that's the first shot and that's a 1. So not the best start from Sweden. Leo Pettersson has to shoot a good shot now. The difference is already quite huge. It's 17 points, not counting this one. And that's a 4. That's something better, but still not what they need to get back in the match.
No. Great Britain is a great position at the moment, leading by 12 points on the third target. So they have a lot of breathing space, which is very good for us. They can calmly shoot their arrows. And that's a solid 4, I would say, even though it's a close to line. And now Ollie will shoot. And that's a 5, very close to 6. I wouldn't expect nothing less from the young archer from Great Britain, which actually in the qualification rounds gathered more points than the highest scoring archer from the seniors. If he would be competing with seniors, he would be actually first after qualifications. But now, back to
that's a 3 from Tilda. Yeah, Ollie's his shooting whole week is very impressive. Even in the matches, he just shot very well. And now he's on the grasp of another medal. No, again, not happy, and that's another 4. So 12 points from this target, 32 in total. So Great Britain still leading by a huge margin. 14 points, but they shot 2 arrows less than Sweden.
Yeah, now they can extend their lead. And that's a nice 5 from Caitlin. And the last arrow for target 3 will be from Ollie. the wind is picking up, not only making the shot more difficult, but also lowering the temperature. And that's a 5 from Ollie. Lovely shooting from that young guy. Please remember that we are around 2000 meters above the sea level, so the temperature can drop drastically in a very short period of time, which makes making those perfect shots kind of difficult to do.
Yeah, the weather has been a great challenge all week. Monday practice was cut short because of fog. Then Tuesday, that was nice weather, like nicer. It still wasn't too warm. Thursday, the second day of qualification, the archers had to compete with fog and then also rain. And then yesterday, the fog was really thick. There were some competitions, like some matches that were cut short and postponed to today. Luckily, we have a nice weather today. Just a bit cold, but no big clouds and no fog.
Yes. Even today in the morning, the weather was far from perfect. It was rainy, it's cloudy. But now, at these fairly good conditions, Sweden will start their last target. Okay. Tilde aiming and fairly quick release. She doesn't seem very happy with their shot, and it's actually a low free, more to the left. So far from that what they actually need to get a good score in that match. And Leo is shooting high too, so that gives him only 5 points in that target.
So Great Britain with a huge lead with 4 rows to go, 4 for them, 2 for Sweden. And Catherine shooting her first shot, and it's a miss actually. We can't see where. Yeah, we can see where it landed. It's somewhere behind the target, but yeah, if you look closely between the two targets there, you could see some of the arrow tip and the fletch. Arrow knock. But yeah, they have a huge lead, and Oliver has to just keep his cool and shoot it, and that's a 4, so back where they need to be.
That's actually a first miss for Great Britain. You could see that there was some strange follow-up movement on that shot, so maybe the wind caught up and chilled the back. We'll never know. But now Tilde is on the stand. And that's a low free once again from Swedish couple. And that's a 4 from Leo. He wasn't very happy with that shot. We could see that movement to the side of his left arm. After the shot he was trying to save it, but it landed on pole.
So Great Britain has the guaranteed win because the maximum point difference is 12 points per 2 arrows, because if they were to shoot 2 6s, and we can see the difference now is 16 points. But there's some problem. The British archer is not shooting. The timing system has stopped. It might be a failure of the timing system, and the judge just called shooting to a stop, and then will continue right after it's fixed. Yeah, this is pretty common in competitions. You have a very sophisticated system of equipment, timings, screens, everything, and just something if a small thing goes wrong, it halts the competition. So we'll just wait. timing still not reset. And now we can hear the beep, so they still have some time. They have to shoot 2 arrows, but these 2 arrows will just add to their already unbeatable score of 60 points currently. And that's 3 low. And 1 last arrow from Oliver Hicks to claim the European title. And that's a high five. That's what we would expect from him. And Great Britain win this match by 24 points, which is quite a large margin. But yeah, we could see the confusion of the Swedish team and that might start to drag them on. That might drag them through the whole match. So that's a shame. Handshakes.
Ok. Sì, adesso c'è. A very nice medal for your team. What was the worst moment of all the competition?
I'm not quite sure. Probably the really steep course. Yeah, glad to have been this far.
And what will be the memory you take back with you from here?
Shooting really well up there. Really happy with how I shot on the finals field there.
Representing
The feeling about the spirit of the group of your team. Do you enjoy your team?
Yes, very much so, especially double.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Next event?
I'm not sure. We'll see.
Well, I've got individuals tomorrow.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Adam.
Okay, so we're here back for the recurve under 21 mixed team, where on Italy's side we have Di Francesco Roberta and the Borsani Matteo, whereas on Croatian side their opponent. We have Anna Stimac and Adam Gradiščák. So both teams coming up to the first target, which is a 20-meter downhill. We call them bunnies. These are 3, or in this case 4 small targets. They're 20 centimeters wide, and these are the smallest targets we'll see today. The Italian team chose to go first since they were higher from the ranking, and they'll begin now. So we can see one is shooting and the other will be spotting for her, calling the arrow just to know where it landed. So we can see that's a low one. Maybe the distance wasn't correct, or the sight mark wasn't correct, or just a bad shot, but Matteo has to shoot a better shot. And that's a high 4. So not the strongest start we've seen today, but it's a long match.
As Croatian archer already is on the stand, and we'll see how they're going to respond. And that's a lovely shot. That's a 4 for sure. And another 4, so even possibly 5, so that makes a very good response from Croatia against the Italian start.
So Francesca drawing her second arrow. We know that it's quite far away. That's a 5. That's a good shot for someone who knows archery. This is like the yellow is the size of a 10 ring in indoor archery, and they have to shoot it every time, so it's hard. But yeah, they did it. So 2 5s. I think Italy came back from the slow start, and now they'll be facing their opponent.
Yes. Adam is already aiming at his target. Kind of a long hold, and we have, I think, 5. It's a liner, so I'm gonna see, the judge will confirm it in a moment. While Anna, with a lot of time on the clock, is shooting 4, maybe 5. It's hard for us to see from where we sit. We're gonna have that confirmation in a moment. But for now, Croatia is leading with Italy 15-17.
Yeah, there is one arrow that still has to be confirmed. The judge will have a close look at it. Maybe take out the magnifier glass just to be sure, because no one wants to take away points from a team, but also they have to be fair, so they can't add points either. So that's just to be sure. The judge called it. The archers will mark their arrows, the arrow holes, for to know where they shot, and I'll just pull out the arrows and continue on the next match. It has been confirmed. Croatia's 4, but it was a 4. It wasn't a liner 5 as we thought. So it's still a 2-point difference between Croatia and Italy.
Yeah, so very nice start from the Croatian team. As most of the day, I would say, Italians are expected to win. So the same thing goes here. But for now they are 2 points behind. Although, as we've seen multiple times today, the fortune can go back and forth. So there's 3 targets ahead of us. So let's see what's gonna happen. Also, we can see that how the temperature dropped as Anna was covering her hands with gloves, actually, to keep her palms warm, because it's hard to shoot when your fingers are, stiff from cold.
Roberta stepping out to the second peg, which will be a 30-meter target at the 40-centimeter target face. And she seemed happy with it. That's a 4. That's a good arrow. And now Matteo, one of the best junior archers that are in Europe currently. He showed no emotion, but that seems like a high 5 or 4. Couldn't tell from the blur of the camera. It has been called a 4-liner, so yeah.
Yes, Adam, as usual, very quick on the stand. Long draw. And lands a solid 4 low. Very, very long aiming, but it was worth it, as it is 5, maybe even 6, hard to say because of the glaze from the sun. Once again, this target is causing some troubles with the reflection.
Roberta ready for the second bunch of arrows, second couple of arrows. She was happy with that one, and that's a 6, so dial dart into the middle. Now Matteo for his. He wasn't happy with that one, so he let it down, but they still have 75 seconds, so that's plenty of time. Just to reset and shoot how he knows how to shoot. And that's a 4, so in total a score of 19 for Italy. Now Croatia's turn.
Italian couple definitely keep up the speed and put the pressure on Adam and Anna. Let's see how it's gonna respond to that. And that's a solid 5 from Adam, sorry. She was not happy, something wrong with the release, and the result we can see on the target, as it is too low. A little mistake in the release technique resulted first of all in a low score, secondary in hitting the arm with the string, which is kind of a painful thing. Happened to me once or twice, so
yeah, archers have to be careful with that one. Sometimes it's even somewhere else, and that's just a product of it, the hitting of the arm and the bad release, and probably somewhere else, but doesn't matter. She knows how to shoot these arrows. She'll just have to reset. But in the meantime, only 4 teams get to the elimination round in the mixed teams. So Italy faced Great Britain and defeated them 77-63. Croatia went up against the Czech Republic and won 63-59 points. Both ready for the third target, which will be a 35-meter uphill target. The archers have found this one the most difficult in the previous rounds, but now it has been reset, so it's shorter. Because we don't want anyone to gain an advantage by knowing the target, by knowing how to shoot the target from previous matches. So they'll have to just guess it. We talked about the cut, and now Croatian starting.
Yes, as that last arrow actually cost them the lead that they gained in the previous target, so now they are chasing the Italy. No, something wrong. Reset, draw. And a solid 6. That's a recovery they need. Back in the game.
6, 6.
Anna with probably hurting left hand after that slap from the string. Can she join her teammate? The left hand is shaken. I can tell you that that slap from the string can be painful even the next day. They have still a lot of time, but they need to shoot a second set of arrows as well. What?
Yeah, I believe she shot the wrong target.
Yeah.
This can happen under a lot of stress. We saw it
earlier
as well earlier. So the Italians now have a big opening. Roberta ready. And shot her arrow. And I don't know which target. Confusion between the teams. But I would say the Italians have to shoot the left target and Croatians the right. So Adam shot the first arrow wrongly. And the Italians shot a good recovery with a 6 and a 5. So probably leading right now.
Yeah. Adam now needs to focus on this shot. The previous one was old story. Now, correct shot, correct place. Yes, and that's a 5. I don't think it's cutting that line, but that will cost them, as they are losing even more now. And Anna is landing for low.
This is a great shame for the Croatian team because they have started the match very well. The Italians just have to focus on shooting it correctly because they know they have a bigger chance now. And that it's getting hard to see, but I think that was a 5. And now Matteo with the last arrow of this end can make the lead even bigger. And that's a great shot. That's a 6. So 56 against 46. Italians leading by 10 points with one target to go.
You can see that Adam at the moment is nervous about his mistake. Not only that cost them a miss, but that arrow was great. That was a 6. So that can hit very hard. But they are still in the game. There are 2 targets ahead of us. They are, for now, they are losing by 10 points, but they still can win this match if they will keep their heads straight, if they will focus on the arrow, one shot after another. That's what's the hardest in situations like that, when you know that you are losing or you made some kind of a mistake. You need to recover from that, stand up and just shot one after another into that, in this case, 6.
And unfortunately they also have to hope that the Italians make a mistake because they're trailing by 9 points. So that would have to be a huge mistake by Italy. But anything can happen. As we saw earlier, it's field archery, it's very difficult. There's a lot more thinking to it than the normal archery, like target. But yeah, Croatian starting again. Adam just wants to reset, shoot a good arrow. And that's a 4. That's something he needed. Yeah, so he has to just focus on this one. Anna also, there's a lot of pressure also on her to shoot better arrows. She's been doing her job, but sometimes you have to come and help your teammate, and that's something she needed. That's a grade 5, almost a 6.
Now we're gonna see if that was enough for Italians, who are very calm. They know what's going on. They don't need to rush anything. They just need to do their thing. And we'll see how it's gonna end. That's a 4 from Roberta, and now sorry, Matteo. Is he gonna prove his position in under 21 record world? A reset. He knows that everything can happen, so he don't want to rush it and waste the opportunity to shoot another 6 and make their position even stronger in that match.
Yeah, that was a great shot, and unfortunately it doesn't look like the Croatians have a chance, but they just shoot the best shots they can. They're on the finals of European Championship, so that's still huge, and that's 3, maybe 4, but I don't think it's in. So just one last arrow from Anna, and it's already out of their grasp because they have a 7-point difference, and the highest point is circle is 6. So Croatians just shoot one arrow, and that's a 5. So great shooting from Anna, also good shooting from Adam. Just the one small mistake that cost them the win.
There's that one mistake which not only cost them points but also increased the stress level they have to face. And that's a 6 from Roberta. It's like they are, confirming that they are really earned that title, which is right behind the corner. Let's see. Oh, Matteo is once again not happy. So reset, and once again. And that's a 4. But it's still enough, as Italy in under 21 record mixed team match wins against Croatia 75-63.
So this seems like a very successful day for Italy at their home country, home stadium. There's a lot of Italian fans here, and that's another European title that goes to Italy. Congrats to the archers, Francesca Roberta and Borsani Matteo. They shot really well today. Didn't make the slightest mistake. They were losing after the first one, but otherwise they just didn't care. Got back in the match, and then just shot the other 3 targets very well.
Also, great deal of congrats to Croatians, which landed in that final match, which is an achievement in the first place, but also giving a really tough fight against Italian couple. And even though they made that one very big mistake, they didn't collapse. They stand up and they still picked up the fight. That's how you see the true athletes, that they are not leaving the battle until it ends. So that's something that we want to see in every match. Until the last arrow is shot, everything can happen. In a moment we're gonna see the compound mixed team under 21 match where Great Britain.
Una nuova medaglia. Quale sarà il ricordo migliore di questi campionati? What will be your best memory of this championship?
I don't know. I'm still shooting tomorrow, so hopefully tomorrow. finger crossed, yeah. And yeah, but still, this match has been like a lot of feelings. Like my first arrow went in, drifting in one low. I still don't know why. Yeah, we managed to win, so it's okay like this.
Great. And a very difficult question. Who is the best archer of this team?
Probabilmente lei.
Okay, he said that probably I am the best from between us two.
Okay, we were joking, but what will be your best memory and what will be your next goal?
Il mio prossimo obiettivo spero siano le trasferte alle Coppe del Mondo l'anno prossimo, però vedremo.
Il miglior ricordo di questi campionati?
Il miglior ricordo di questi campionati saranno le 2 finali e le 2 medaglie d'oro.
Yeah, his best memory will be for sure the 2 gold medals won, the team one and the mixed team one, and he hopes to be in the first team of the seniors next year. Yeah, so going for World Cups and maybe something more.
Thank you very much.
Signore e signori, la finale oro del compound under l'Italia, Martina Del Duca, Fabrizio Aloisi. Representing Romania, Andrea Albu, Rares Daniel Alexandrescu. Judge for this match is arbitro del match, Mr. Nashi Rukur.
So the last youth match of the day, last junior match of the day, the compound under 21 mixed team. As you could see, we were going up the precision of the bows. First the bare bow, which is not as precise, then recurve, which is a bit more precise, and now compounds is made for precision. You can see the scope as a magnifying glass to see the target better. They also do have a release aid which helps them release, so there will be no mistakes from the fingers not going as well off the string as we could see in the previous matches, because the compounds have a release aid, as well as the working of the bow helps ease and the force that they have to hold on their fingers. And now Martina Del Duca will be starting off.
Yes. Italians went once again very strong into that match with number 1 in the qualifications, shooting 1,529, and now they are starting really strong as Martina is shooting 5 as a first arrow. Fabrizio, which we've seen not so long ago in a team. is shooting 5, possibly 6. I would say that's even a 6. So very strong start.
And now it's Romania's time. Andrea Albo shooting her first arrow. Actually, 3 of the 4 archers we see here have already shot. Only Daniel Alexandrescu hasn't shot. And Andrea Albo starting with low 3. So maybe not the best shot. And now Rares will shoot his shot. Quick shot. And it was a 6, so yeah, no need to hold it on for a long time. Romania trailing by 1 point.
Ball is on the Italian field now. Martina kind of a long hold, and that's a low 4, maybe 5, hard to say from where we are standing. But now Fabrizio is on the stand, and let's see if he's going to increase the lead. Oh, definitely. That's a solid 6 from Fabrizio.
And we can see Andrea shooting her last shot on this target, which was a 20-meter far target. And that's a nice 6, so got back into the middle. And now there's Daniel Alexandrescu will shoot his shot. He will hope to shoot the 6, as the compounds are the most precise. They will have to shoot the middle more often. Oh no, that's a 4 low. So currently they're trailing by 1 point. We will see what the judge has to say about one of Italy's arrows, because that still might be marked up to a total of 21 points. But that's up to the judge, who can see it better than us.
Yes, due to the fact that those lines are so low of hitting sometimes, a lot of archers tend to use the arrows with bigger diameter, so they can easier cut the lines. It's also, you know, that back forth discussion, which is better because their bigger arrows are heavier, more bigger problems with the wind on the longer distance, but on the short distances that can save you a lot of trouble and increase your score, because of the fact that the rings are so small. Basically, when you see those arrows hitting that middle, that 6 in the center, basically the arrow is filling that circle in full. So imagine how that target is tiny and what they are aiming for. So that take into consideration even the fact that they are shooting from 20 meters. It is a challenge always, but as we said, the compound is the most precise, even I would say surgical precise. They can do it over and over, and they, as Daniel said, they are expecting those 6 because they are built for that. Now we're moving to target number 2, which will be 30 meters to the 40 centimeters target faces. The sun is actually behind the clouds at the moment, so we don't have that glaze which we had in the previous matches, which caused so much trouble at some point. And we're gonna see what's gonna happen. It's 21 to 19 for Italy, 2 points lead, and Romania is on the stand.
Yes, so one of the 4s of Italy has been marked up to a 5, and Romania will be hoping to shoot some better arrows. They have to shoot well this match, and they start with a 6. That's what they need, just to keep popping the yellow. 5, preferably 6, to get back into this match. Yeah, in compound, because of the precision, there's very little room for error. And that's a 5 low. Good. The Italians are coming up.
Yeah, we're gonna see that 5-6 it will be enough for Italian couple. Martina is on the stand. Calm draw, aim. Very steady shot. And that's a very nice 5. Fabrizio looks down the scope. And the result is another 5. So that 5-6 from Romania will be enough to actually get some catch up.
And previous target we shot was actually the hardest, so and that's a 2. That was a very fast shot. She didn't look happy with that one, and that's a 2. That's a big problem for Romania. But they have to just keep coming back to the middle, and that's a 4. So we can see that it has meddled with their minds, but they have to get back and just focus on their shot, what they know how to do.
See, what's the most important in archery is the consistency, and that's what Italians do. They are shooting calmly. Hard to see from what we see, but I think that's a 5. And compound, due to how they are constructed, tend to hold it long, as we saw now with Fabrizio, and that's a 6 because how they are built. And that very shot from Martina is not very common for compound archers. I would say that there was some kind of a problem with the release, maybe a glitch in the hand, something like that. Maybe she touched that trigger too hard, and she whiffed that shot. She was not aiming there for sure, and she was not willing to do that like this. And that cost them a great opportunity. Now they are behind with 6 points at the target number 2. Now they are moving to 3, our beloved target, up the slope, a little bit to the side. And this time it will be 35 meters. And once again, Romania first will shoot.
So the archers have to remember not to align their bows with the slope, which goes a bit to the right side, but they have to keep the bows vertically stable and where they should be, because that's a good 5. That's a recovery for Andrea. Rares Daniel just making a bit of more stable shooting place for himself. Drawing a bow. That's a high 4. So both archers, you can see, a bit high and on the right hand side, which is caused by the tilting of the slope and also by the cut. We'll explain that in just a second.
Yeah, and Italians now just need to keep up on their shots. They have nothing to chase. They don't need to put the pressure on everything. And there's a very nice 5 from Martina. Of course, they are still shooting kind of a high points, 5, 6. They are not leaving that yellow part, but they are focusing on their own shots. They are doing their own process. You can see that. And that's a 5, probably 6. I would go with the 6 straight away. You can judge me for that later. But now the second set of arrows.
Yeah, I believe the Romanians have moved their sights a bit higher. That's also a high 5, same height as the previous one. But now Rares Daniel will shoot his arrow. He will be hoping to get into the middle because that's the only chance they have. And that's a high 5 as well. So 4 high arrows from Romania.
Yeah, Italy now need to keep doing what they're doing the best, and that's another 5 in the pocket. solid arrow, calm, no drastic movements, no drastic corrections. They don't need to hunt those sixes for. There's no pressure on them. They're just those fives are enough. While the Romanian need to hunt those sixes, and that's an additional pressure, the smaller target. And that's gonna be a 5, I think. Hard to see because the arrows are covering each other, but we're gonna see the confirmation in a moment.
Yes, and just to come back to the arrows that were high on the Romanian target, the archers know the distances which they'll be shooting at, but there's a small difference between the real distance, since it's up the slope, and the vertical distance. So we might say that if you shoot up a slope or down a slope, you have to move your sight to a shorter distance. So for example, this was a steeper one, so you would cut like 1 meter off. So instead of 35, you would shoot it as 34. And if you don't guess this correctly, that might be the result might be the high arrows which we've seen from the Romanian team. So that's one of the wonders of field archery, knowing how much to cut, where to cut, where to don't cut. Now the Romanians will shoot at the last target, which is a 55 meter up the slope. 3 of the 4 targets here are up the slope. This is because of the position of the finals field, which can't be arranged elsewhere, can't be arranged otherwise, and the Romanians will start to shoot. There's a small confusion between 2 targets, 2 pegs, because one of the pegs is at 60 meters for the potential shoot-off target, and this one was 55. So yeah, they'll be shooting from 55 meters now, instead of the 60 which they shot the other matches before the break.
Yeah, we saw in a second how Andrea was correcting the sights quickly.
Romania trailing by 8 points. They'll just have to keep up the pressure and shoot good arrows and hope they make a mistake. And that's a 1. That's not a good arrow, unfortunately. Yeah, Rares Daniel will have to shoot good arrows, but slightly slipping away from the Romanian team. And that's a high 4, so both archers still high, just to move their sight a bit low.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before, that that pressure that they need to hunt that 60s, and hoping for Italians to make some error can result in mistakes like that. Here we have 5, I would say, from Italian first shot. Martina showing very nicely. They are in a very good position. They have no pressure on them. They know they are in the lead, and that's something that helps a lot. Fabrizio not happy with that shot, and low 4. I think that was the worst shot in this match from Fabrizio that we've seen.
But they're still leading by 11, potentially 12 points, and now it's a high 4 on the left hand side from Andrea. So yeah, not much of a chance there. Actually no chance, because the highest point value is 6, so that would make them 70 points. Now they have 69 points, and Italy have 71, maybe 72, and still 2 hours to go. So unfortunately this match is over for Romania.
Yeah, but as we mentioned in the previous game, the true athletes are fighting till the last hour. That's another 5 from Italy, and that's how it goes. Sometimes you have the situation when, like here, after basically 2 targets, you can see that there is a lot of trouble at the last target. It's basically not possible to win, but they are still fighting. They are true athletes, they are true sportsmen, and another 5 from Fabrizio. So Italy finishing that compound mixed team under 21 gold medal match with a solid score, and they are winning with Romania 81-69, adding another gold medal to the collection for the Italian national team.
Yeah, you can just see how Italy goes. That's why they're one of the best in the world. In field archery, this is, I believe, the 5th European title they have claimed today out of 7 possible. So that's just great for them. And we'll see. We'll see now the gold medal or the medal ceremonies, and after that we'll come back for the mixed teams, senior mixed teams, the last 3 matches of the day.
Senta.
A pioggia di medaglie in questa gara, soprattutto il giovanile, quali sono i ricordi che porterete a casa? A lot of medal for your team, what are the memories you will take with you?
Sicuramente è stata una bellissima esperienza, abbiamo vinto tutte le medaglie che potevamo vincere, quindi me la ricorderò sempre e soprattutto sono ancora più orgoglioso essendo il paese ospitante, quindi bene.
Great memory, a lot of medal, and being the organizing country is something more special also. And for you, what will be your goal for the next event? I tuoi obiettivi per le prossime gare?
Cercare sempre di migliorarsi e sicuramente tornare sui campi internazionali.
To increase the performance, the score, and come back on the international event. The last thing, more feeling, better memory of the course, of the landscape, or of the friend of the team. Ti ricordare di più gli amici del team, il percorso, il paesaggio?
Allora, tutto, sicuramente l'aiuto e l'appoggio della squadra, il mio compagno di mix, anche l'ottimo percorso e l'ottima organizzazione.
Good organization, nice courses, and the support of the team and especially of his teammate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Barbow Under 21 Mixed Team. Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione dell'arco nudo Under 21 Mixed Team. Medal will be presented by President of the local organizing committee, Mr. Paolo Ferrero. Le medaglie verranno consegnate dal Presidente del Comitato Organizzatore Paolo Ferrero. It will be presented by World Archery Europe Technical Delegate, Mrs. Christina Reitmeier. Gli oggetti ricordo saranno consegnati dalla delegata tecnica del World Archery Europe, Christina Reitmeier. Bronze medal representing Italy. Medaglia di bronzo per l'Italia. Magna Braccini. Matteo Seghetta. Silver medal, medaglia d'argento, representing Sweden, per la Svezia, Hilde Ottosson and Leo Pettersson. Gold medal and European champions, medaglia d'oro e campioni europei, representing Great Britain per la Gran Bretagna, Katie Barton and Oliver X.
Catherine, we love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Great Britain. Signore e signori, prego in piedi per l'inno nazionale della Gran Bretagna. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Signore e signori, un grandissimo e caloroso applauso per questi atleti. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Record Under 21 Mixed Team. Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione per l'arco olimpico Under 21 Mixed Team. Medal will be presented by technical delegate World Archery Europe, Christina Reitmeier. Gift will be presented by President of the local organizing committee, Paolo Ferrero. Bronze medal, medaglia di bronzo, representing Czech Republic, Vera Krupkova and Richard Krajci. Silver medal, medaglia d'argento, representing Croatia, per la Croazia, Ana Stimak, Adam Gradiskak. Gold medal and European champions, medaglia d'oro e campioni europei representing Italy per l'Italia, Roberta Di Francesco e Matteo Borsari. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Italy. Signore e signori, prego tutti in piedi per l'inno nazionale italiano. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for your athletes. Signore e signori, un caloroso applauso per questi favolosi atleti. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the compound under 21 mixed team. Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione per il compound under 21 mixed team. Medal will be presented by President of the local organizing committee, Paolo Ferrero. Gift will be presented by World Archery Europe Technical Delegate Christina Redmeyer. Bronze medal representing Great Britain, Isabella Bruckwer and Johan Rees. Silver medal representing Romania, Andreea Albu, Rares Daniel Alexandrescu. Gold medal and European champions, medaglia d'oro e campioni europei, representing Italy, per l'Italia, Martina Del Duca, Fabrizio Aloisi. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Italy. Signore e signori, tutti in piedi per l'inno dell'Italia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Signore e signori, un grande applauso per questi atleti. Ladies and gentlemen, the Purple Mixed Team Gold Medal Match. Signore e signori, la finale dell'oro dell'Archery Mixed Team. Representing Italy, per l'Italia, Cinzia Notiglia, Giuseppe Seimandi. Representing Spain, Ana Maria Caro Garcia, David Garcia Fernandez. Judge for this match is arbitro del match, Mr. Lee Miller.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the high point of this afternoon. We have the senior barebow under barebow mixed team, then we'll have the recurve, and then we'll have the compound. So maybe the three most exciting matches of today. On one side in Italy we have Cinzia Nosiglia and Giuseppe Seimandi, and in the side of Spain we have Ana Maria Cano Garcia and David Garcia Fernandez.
Yes, you said the most exciting, but I would say that all of the athletes, regardless of the division, regardless of the age group, all the matches were worth watching, and I was not disappointed in one of them. But now we are like in the pinnacle, because best man and woman of each division will now be visible. It's like appetizer from tomorrow's individual finals. But now we move to the match, and first on the stand we have Anna Maria gonna start with the bunnies on a distance of 20 meters. And that's a 4 high. Decent start from Spanish couple. David is putting one low. That's disappointing a little bit, and gives a little bit breathing space for Italians.
Yeah, and the Italian team starting as well. That's a 15 meter target and 20 centimeter at diameter. These two are both very talented, very successful archers. Cinzia is also a field and the 3D world champion. Same for Giuseppe, both having multiple titles. You could say this is one of the best pairings in the world. We could see. So they started off with a 4. Now longer hold, that's a high 3. Both Italians bit high. Yeah, we continue.
Yes, the scoring at the moment is more or less even, as 7-5. But the reason why we see that is the temperature is kind of pretty low. You see that they're shooting in a caps and they have gloves on their hands. It's very problematic now to shoot, especially after such a long break since morning duels. And Anna Maria is shooting 4 high, so they are dialing in.
4, 4.
And they need to leave as small breathing space for Italian couple as possible. As it was said, those two are holding multiple titles and they know how to bounce back. And that's exactly kind of a pressure that a Spanish couple needs to put on. 6, lovely. Now Cinzia needs to push up her game.
Yeah, these targets are very small, the 6 is of size of 2 centimeters, and to hit it from 15 meters, that's very hard, but it just shows the talent of these archers and their skill that was gained by hours and hours of shooting. Now a 4, so another 4 from Cinzia, and now Giuseppe, he knows he has to finish strong. He has to shoot at least a 4 to tie this target, more than a 4 to gain a small lead at the first target. Concentrating on his aiming. Strong focus, but 2. You could see he wasn't happy with this shot. His hand slipped a bit, and that's why it went off. So Spain leading by 2 points after the first target.
Yes, that start is definitely in favor of Spain, and Italy is 2 points behind. But I feel like having a little bit of deja vu. We've seen it like 3 times, 4 times today, where after first target Italians were like back behind 2-3 points, and they are still coming back on top. So 3 targets ahead of from us still. So long way to go, but definitely it's a good start for Spanish couple.
Here we can see the qualification round where Italy finished first and Spain finished third. So only 8 teams today, but that's big. And now we can see the 2 countries, if you can hear it in the background, they are cheering their athletes very, very strongly. That's the most attitude we've seen today. They even have a horn. So this is a fun. Archery sometimes can also bring these cheerings like other sports.
Yeah, that warm thoughts can be really helpful at this moment, because as we said, it's kind of a cold here. We were sitting also in jackets in our tent when we are commenting, and those guys and women out there in the field, they need to stand where's the wind, and they need to send those perfect arrows just to win those gold medals.
Here we can see that Italy beat Sweden in the semi-finals and Spain beat France. Only 4 teams are advancing to the elimination, so the other teams are ranked from their qualification round. And Italy starting because they're trailing by 2 points. This is a 25-meter target, 40 centimeter face. So we can see we'll be moving up the target face. Is now 20, then now 40, then 60, and the final an 80 centimeter. And same, the distances will go bigger and bigger. Strong first shot, that's beautiful. That's what they needed, a 6.
That's what we expect from the guys whose collection of medal can fill another room.
Yeah. Now Giuseppe on his arrow. Again, string walking, so changing the height of the changing the distance by moving up and down the string. Oh, that's a flinch.
Yeah.
He has a lot of time, but he chose to shoot it, and that's a 6. He knows how to do these. He just got back to what he had to shoot and shot it.
Yeah. That's an experience you cannot gain in any kind of a training room. Shooting that field tournaments over and over in various weather conditions, with cold like here today, when you know what your body can do to you and how to react, how to recover from that problem. That's how the champions are forged, and now we can see that's a strong recovery from Italian couple, 2 6s. Let's see what Spain will have to for the answer. And unfortunately, that's a 2.
Not quite the answer we were expecting.
Barely. David now is under pressure. He knows that he needs to sit that perfect arrow.
Preparing shot.
And that's a 5.
Yeah,
Nice.
got back in the middle, knows how to aim, how to shoot. That's the most important thing. All of these archers are very experienced. It's rare to see a young archer amongst these because, yeah, field archery is very hard and you'll just have to gain the experience by tens and tens, maybe hundreds of competitions. Since, yeah, shooting a first arrow, and that's a 4, a bit low, but enough regarding what the opponent has shot. But yeah, they can't relax because the other team hasn't shot as well as they did. They just have to concentrate in their shooting. Don't think about anything else.
We can see a tension in the arms of Giuseppe.
But another 4.
And another 4.
20 is a good end. We are aiming at the average of 5 per arrow. That's a very high average, and that's what these top archers want to shoot. So 20 is a 5 average.
Yeah, that's exactly what they are trying to do. You can see a little bit of anxiety in Anna Maria's face, and she's not happy with that shot. It's better than the previous one, but it's still a 3. I don't think that clipped that line. So
Yeah,
it's
we'll
not
leave
gonna
that
be
to the
4.
judge. Hard to decide. It's been called a 3.
Having preparing his shot.
Nice one.
That's a solid 5, but he looked like he was surprised with that release.
Yeah, I didn't exactly want to shoot that one, but yeah, sometimes you get the lucky shot. The muscles know how to feel, know how to release it, even if the mind doesn't want to do it. So that's why these are professionals who train it and know how to shoot the arrow.
Now they are 4 points behind, but still it's a fairly good result based on the mishap with the first arrow on that target. That was a little bit problematic. 4 points, it's not such a big of a lead. It's still doable. Spanish couple is definitely in the game still, and I hope that it's gonna keep us on our toes till the last target.
Yeah, the atmosphere here is great, but we can slowly see from the mountains fog is coming. We know that the previous day it interrupted the competition. We'll see what it has for us today. Nature always chooses to do something. We can't control it, but that's field archery. You have to just live with the conditions, and if it's foggy, then you won't see the target as well. But yeah, just shoot it.
Now we see how much of excitement and energy has the Italian team as a whole has, even if they are not taking part in the match as active shooters. They are still backing up their colleagues that in the field.
That's why the Italians are so successful today, because they just keep up the team spirit even if they're not shooting.
Yeah, but now Anna Maria needs to focus, and she does not need all cheers in the background. Yeah, that's a 1 low. You could see that left hand was not very well locked in the moment of the shot. So that's not what she is expecting, and for sure it's not what they need if they want to beat our hosts, which is the Italians. Oh, 4. A little bit to the right.
Yeah, that's a better shot, but still they do have to get to the middle if they want to do anything with this match. This target is a 30 meter, and they're shooting on a 60 centimeter face. So as the distances increase, so does the target face.
And once again, that's our beloved target number 3, which is such a problematic for everyone regarding of age and division.
Yeah, I think one of the worst scores. It's because of the target is slightly tilted,
Yeah.
so the archers tend to align their bow with the target, but then the bow isn't straight, so they just have to reset their mind and keep the bow straight, disregarding how the target's tilted.
That's true. It seems he unfortunately shot free. That's not the best.
Yeah, there was a flinch, but he just came down. He knows he has a lot of time. He has 93 seconds for 3 more arrows, so that's a lot of time.
Yeah.
Just reset the shot and do it better, as he has practiced.
That was a nice release, and that's a solid 6.
Yeah, that's what they need to keep the match going. They're leading by 8 points now.
Yeah, they are still putting even more pressure on the Spanish couple. They are not giving them any moment to catch the breath. They are not making those errors which would allow to lose the lead which they gained on target number 2. And that's a 6, I would say.
Yeah, she didn't seem happy with it, but it landed where it should.
Yeah, I know many archers which they are saying, "Oh, I hit 10, but the style wasn't perfect." The archers tend to find that perfection in every shot, regardless of the point where the arrow landed.
Yeah, because archery is just a hunt for perfection, as if we can call it that way, and that's a 4, so that's a relatively good one. But still, they have a 2-point difference, and Italy has shot 2 arrows less. Cinzia preparing for her 6th shot of today. Not of the day, but of this match. She already shot 1 match where they won, and that's a 6. Sorry, they lost against France. My mistake. And now Giuseppe, already a European champion from the teams today.
Yes.
And that's a
5. That's a solid 5 from Giuseppe.
So their lead has increased to 9 points. That's just very big. I'm not saying it's impossible, but Italy has a big advantage going to the last target, which is a 45-meter uphill at a 80-centimeter target. So we're still going further and further. And this one was very tricky for some archers earlier today. We'll see how these 4 archers will cope.
Yeah. It's at the moment is a situation which we've seen today a couple times before, that the one side needs to shoot those perfect shots over and over and hope that enemies will make a mistake, so they would win. So, but this is basically the battle of the nerves of your constitution, that you need to do your thing and focus on that, because you have no impact on how the other team will shoot. So all you can do is just shoot the best you can. That's it.
Yeah, my coach always says to me, shoot the best shots and let the other team decide. That meaning you just shoot yours and then you'll see how the others do. But now Spain starting the last target. Ana Maria.
Focus. That's a too high. I would say that the release was kind of nervous, but that's the situation in which they are in the moment. They are far behind, and that pressure is sometimes motivating, sometimes destructive. Now David, is he gonna Yeah, he shot better than Anna Maria, but it's still only 3.
Yeah, these were high arrows. That means he overestimated the distance. He underestimated the cut that would be needed. Now the Italian pairing will just need some good arrows to finish this off. Cinzia shooting her first of the last end. That's a 4. That's a good arrow. We'll take that one.
4 is a solid score in that situation. There's no need to be nervous about that.
Yeah, Giuseppe shooting his first arrow as well. You can see just his focus. Arms a bit shaking, but that's a 4. He got a nice shot. And they're leading by 8 points now. So let us see what the Spaniards will do.
You can see how the tab is being used for measurement. How she was picking from which exact point she should grab the string. And that's a 6. No, sorry, it's gonna be 5, not gonna be 6. By the way, sorry for our error. Of course, there was 12 points lead. Now it's 7. So that shot. And David, can he join Anna Maria in that yellow? No, unfortunately, that's 2 and far left.
So we can now say unofficially Italia's already won. They have a 5-point lead, and they have still 2 arrows to go. Cinzia preparing her shot. And that's a 1. That's the first really far arrow we've seen from her. But it doesn't matter. They'll just keep shooting. They're already practically won the match. So just Giuseppe, 1 good arrow at the end. Just for the feeling. And he got a 3, which is 66 points against 57. So Italy unofficially are the European champions in the barebow mixed team.
Yeah, in a very good style as well, as 66 points in the duel. For mixed, it's a very solid score. Unfortunately, Spanish team struggled a little bit. And we see another Italian win today. So next match will be recurve mixed team, where Germany will meet Italy, and we're gonna see that in a moment.
So here we have the penultimate match of today. It's Germany against Italy. Very experienced archers. Let's know them. Let's introduce them.
Florian Huru. Representing Italy, Aiko Rolando, Massimiliano Mantia. Judge for this match is Mr. Nashi Ugur.
So these are very experienced archers. I might say Florian Unruh, he's currently the European field champion, the world field champion, and the world games winner. He also won the European games this year, so currently he's the, I might say, the best field archer we have, the best field archer in the world. And also his companion Elisa Tartler, she was third at the World Games in field archery. She's currently 30th in the world. On the other side we have Italy.
Yes, excuse me. To us, the temperature is going into our throats. Sorry for that. Yeah, we have, first of all, we have Rolando Aiko, World Field Youth Champion, both 2022 and 2018, and Massimiliano Mandia, which has a title of European Field Champion, and the current and the second 2019. So a lot of experience there on the field at the moment shown in those four archers together. Germans were gonna start.
You can see the temperature dropped because the archers have gloves. Now they removed them for shooting, but otherwise they're shooting with gloves. So you have to warm up your fingers, because if your fingers are too stiff, the release isn't proper. Now Florian starting with his first arrow on the 20-meter bunnies, and that's a high 4. Elisa will shoot the second arrow.
Possibly even 5, maybe. For me,
maybe we'll see the judge, what the judge has to say, but I believe it's a 4. He's aiming, and that's a 3 on the right side, which is a bit strange because the German teams are high level, and yeah, but we'll see. Might be the weather conditions affecting every archer, and let's see what Italy has to say.
The response will be started by the shot from Aiko. She's calming herself, reset. As we saw in the previous game, the temperature is so low that the archers tend to start shaking because of the cold, and we can see that now even in Aiko's posture. And once again, she's not happy. We can see the tension. We can see that she's having a hard time to lock to that anchor. So the shot will be stable and true. And that's a 5, possibly 6 from Aiko, so it was worth to wait, for sure.
5, maybe 6.
So she should be happy with that shot in the end.
Yeah, it was a long hole, but hopefully the time won't come and bite them back. Massimiliano has to shoot this one because they don't have a lot of time to spare. They do have some, but he let it down. They have 70 seconds for 3 arrows, which will be quick, but it's doable.
Yeah, it's doable.
They can't afford any more mistakes, however.
But as we said before, the pressure is something that they are used to, and that's another 5, maybe 6, maybe that clip that line we're gonna see in the moment. So they are using the time they have to the maximum, but also they are getting the reward. So maximum risk, maximum reward, because they put 2 5s with possible 6s there.
Now Florian ready for his shot. and he didn't seem happy with that. That's a low 4-5, probably. Yeah, he didn't seem happy with that one. Maybe he felt that it would go low. And Elisa for her last shot of this target. As you say, it's a 20 centimeter target, and then it will go up in distance, and that's nice 6. So we'll go up in distance and up in target size for the next 3.
Yeah. Italians now need to shoot faster because they have only 45 seconds left on the clock. And that's a 5. That's definitely a 5, but without any resets. Maybe they just warmed up with that first set. Seconds left. Oh, that's a 3.
It's a 3, but okay, so they are still tied after this end, but Italy has one arrow that might be marked up.
Yeah.
We will see about that. Yeah, it's a shame. They got a nice lead, but then one bad arrow lost them the lead, but it was understandable. He didn't have enough time because of letting down the previous. But 18 is still a good score, and they'll be ready for the next one. Still, the conditions are very harsh today. It's cold, very cold, and if you get more layers, it's harder to move. So you have to find the perfect balance between feeling comfortable but then shooting good.
Also, the weather today was affecting archers extremely because of the changes. In the morning, it was cold, it was rainy, it was foggy. Then we had a lot of sun, kind of warm. Now it's still fairly sunny, but it's cold and a little bit windy. That's very, very challenging for the body, especially when you need to be comfortable with what's happening with your muscles, with your joints and so on.
Exactly, you just have to find the right muscle tension, and that's just not possible if you're feeling cold, because the muscles are being more tense, and that's never good. But I think these are professionals. They know how to deal with these conditions, so they're ready. They have their gloves, they have their jackets.
Yes, they know how to work the field. They know how to work the time. We saw it at the moment how the Italians were shooting. They finished with 7 seconds on the clock. Basically, they used whole time they had. You don't get any additional points for style or for finishing within, I don't know, 10 seconds. No, you have that time and you're using. They knew what challenges they have due to the conditions, so they did what they could. They used the time they had.
Yeah. Let's now focus on maybe the archer's techniques, because there's a lot of ways to shoot the gold. It might seem very similar to an untrained eye, but the drawing of different archers will always differ. Some prefer very stiff bow hand and lots of drawing at the end. Some prefer more relaxed shot. Some prepare a bit more. See here, she works with the tension of the bow hand and controls it with the back tension. So that's a very interesting technique, but that's a very controlled technique, and she shoots well. So Germans have a 5 and a 4. And now let's see Italy's response.
We even see that actually it was 6, not 5. So now we're gonna see how Aiko will shoot. In her eyes I can see the challenge against the target. It's like who you're messing with. Once again, With every minute, the temperature is getting lower.
Yeah, we can see just her eyes right from the start, just pinned on the target, everything else happening around it, but she's just focused on the gold. She knows what to shoot. And she shoots it.
And it's 5, I think it's 5.
Yeah, it's a liner. Maybe the judge will decide, but it's been called a 4, we'll see.
Massimiliano now, understand? Not happy, something's wrong. Maybe he cannot get the right tension of the muscle, especially in the back. Also, with the stabilizers of Olympic record bow, it's kind of problematic to shoot upwards. And that's a 5, possibly 6. No, 5. That's gonna be a 5. So good response.
Yeah, so, but it might shake their confidence if they're not able to shoot a big percentage of these shots. So they'll have just to focus and try to do the shot the best as they can. Because if an archer lets down, sometimes it doesn't feel it, and that's 5. Yeah, but that's a high 5. If an archer is letting down often, it might affect how they view their ability to shoot the shot. So here they'll just have to try and shoot it as best as they can. Don't care about the previous ones. And that's a 3. Interesting one.
I would say that usually arrow landed on the left side is a result of problem with right tension. That might happen in this situation, in this weather condition. But now Aiko understand, and she got a solid 5. This time there's no questions. That's a 5. Now. Massimiliano.
In the background you can see the time ticking off. It's 22 seconds right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of time. And they know it. They are used to shoot under the pressure of time. They have a clock in their head.
And that's one nice shot. That's a fine finish of...
Yeah, that's a 5.
5, so 19, extending their lead to 1 point. So Germany, who's trailing by 1 point, will shoot the next target as first. Next target is our favorite. Yeah,
Number 3.
This day it has been the most tricky.
Yeah.
It's a bit tilted to the right side, so the archers have to line their bows, not with the target, but the bows have to be straight. Because if you change the angle of your bow, they're not straight down, but if they're tilted to one side, it will mess with how the arrow is flying and where it's flying, where you're aiming. So they just have to line it. We've seen a lot of mistakes. Some matches have been decided here by a miss or a misjudged target where they just shot in the wrong target. So yeah, it's an interesting one. We'll see how these professional athletes will cope with this one.
Yes, that's definitely a very important point on the track. Not only the third, so it's right after the middle of each match, but also how it's set up as a problematic. So, as you said, many matches today were decided at this point, and I really like it. I really like that there is some kind of additional difficulties set up for the competitors. It's not that obvious, not that simple, like in general rules. They are making it really worth the European Championships name.
And that's nice 5 to start off with. Florian, one of Italy's arrows has been marked up, so Before this set, they were leading by 2 points. Elisa Tartler now focusing in her shot, just trying to get all together. This is a 35-meter target. The diameter of the target is 60 centimeters. Just to recap, the middle is 6. Then you have the 5 that's also gold, and then the others are 4, 3, 2, and 1. A couple years ago, field has only been shot by 5 to 1 points, but then to make it more interesting, the organizers added the smaller 6 circle in the middle. It changed a lot of things, and that's a nice 5.
Once again, we can see an example how that making a decision under pressure. No, I'm not happy. Something's wrong with my calculation, with my position. Pays off. They reset the procedure of the shot, started once again, and the result is most of the time is positive. So it's also a very important skill to know where reset. But Aiko this time didn't reset, and she got a 5 as well. Now Massimiliano. Oh, he was definitely not happy with that draw.
This is the advantage of field archery, because in target archery you don't have this option, or you just have 20 seconds where you have to shoot your shot, shoot your shot, and if you miss that window, you just have 0. And yeah, that's a good shot. It was a 4, so now the score is all tied up. Oh no, sorry, Italy's still leading by 1.
No.
Yeah, Floriano ready to shoot his second shot. Is one of the greats of this sport. He knows how to shoot it. He'll just have to be patient, have to focus on the right things. And that's a 6, that's what I'm talking about.
That's the response we've been waiting for.
Yeah, Elisa Tartler, a deep breath. Every deep breath just helps you calm down a bit, lower your heartbeat, and shoot a better shot. Actually, that's the first thing you say to small kids starting competition. That's a 5. First thing you say to small kids starting competition, take a deep breath, and it goes with you all the way. Because it works as well as for small kids that just started, works as well for these greats of our sport. Experienced archers.
Now we are waiting for response from Italians, as now they are chasing. They need 2 5s at least. That's a nice shot. That's a 1-5. Every archer has its own process of preparing the shot. How they are putting the arrow in, how they are attaching it to a string, how they are drawing the bow, how they are lifting the bow before that. And in that time they are in their zone. And that's how they are landing that 5, which they needed at this point. So we are at the target 3, we are tied up 56 to 56, and everything will be decided on that last target, unless we're going to end up with a tie, then it's going to be a shoot-off. But by default, on the last target, number 4, the matter of record mixed team European Championship will be decided.
Yes, this is one of the most interesting matches we've had today. No difference between the two. 4 shots to decide, 4 shots each, and the Germans will be starting first because they were ranked first. Actually, Germany defeated the Netherlands in the semi-finals 80-71, whereas Italy defeated Great Britain 71-68. And they are now preparing for the last one. The judge called we can start to shoot.
Also, it's worth to mention that actually a German couple entered, finished the qualifications on the first place. So Italians were actually on the third. So this time, for the first time today, I think we see a situation where actually Italians are underdogs here.
Yeah. So you can just understand the quality here. Because yeah, we're used to Italians being the best, and they have proved this with a lot of medals today. I believe 6 gold medals from 8 matches. Yeah, this is the 9th one, and then we'll have one last match after that. So Florian, ready to shoot his shot?
Yeah, also 1 bronze medal for women team, which was won in the morning.
Yes, and then both these also have got medals from earlier today. Starting with maybe 5, I would say it's in. So that's 5. Judge will have a look at it, but let's call it the 5. And Elisa shooting her shot. They just discussed about where to put her sight, so she just moved it a tiny little bit low because maybe they guessed it wrong. We talked about the cut, about how much you have to change the distance because of the slope.
And we also mentioned several times that communication within the team, even if the team is only 2 people, is crucial. They need to work together. The goal is mutual.
Yes, maybe Florian told her it's not as steep as he thought it was, and so she just moved her sight, reset the shot. She's got they don't have a lot of time. They have 52 seconds altogether for 3 shots. She has to shoot this one. And that's a 6. That's what they needed now.
Sometimes I have a feeling that if you would cut the time for the archers to shoot like for 30%, they would shoot better because they are shooting better under pressure of time. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, maybe the archers just don't think about the shot because they know they have to shoot it, so they aren't finding things wrong with the shot, but the correct things. Now Aiko, her eyes dialed onto the target. And that's a 4.
That's a 4, unfortunately.
4, 4.
So now Massimiliano needs to shoot that 6 because in order to tie, at least, especially that in Germany has that 1 point in possible 1 point in a sleeve, which will be decided by the judge at the end. Oh, that was unexpected.
Yeah, I wasn't happy with that one, so he just drew it through the clicker and then down, so he won't make any mistake. Because sometimes it might happen then that as you plan on putting it down, letting it down, the clicker just might go off and some reflexes, you just shoot the arrow. So this is a safer way of doing it. You just know when to hear the clicker and then you just let it down. He reset and now shooting again. And that's a 5.
That's a solid 5. Maybe not the perfect recovery they needed, but it still keeps them in the game. And we're gonna see what Florian will do about that.
Yeah, they do have 24 seconds. He shot that one. That's a 4. That's quite off. And now Elisa will have something around 15 seconds for shooting her shot. She knows she has to shoot this one. And that's 10.
No time for reset, no time for
There'll be
dispute.
judge count.
And in the
And
last...
that's 6. That's a really nice one. She just put everything into it, focused and shot a nice shot. The Italians need at least 11 to tie this one.
Yes.
And there's the one liner we haven't judged yet.
Yes. So preferably 2 6s. If we can order something, please 2 6s. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and sometimes even the 2 6s, maybe they won't be enough. So. Oh, and that's a 4.
I'm afraid that this is the end for Italian couple.
Yep, that's the end. They have a 7-point difference, possibly 8-point difference, and just 1 hour to go. And we know the middle is worth 6 points.
And that's it. Unfortunately.
One last shot. And that's a 4.
That's a 4 as well.
So, yeah, maybe they weren't as happy as with this one, but Germany are the European field champions, disregarding of what the 1 arrow might be.
Yeah. Still, I do agree that it was the tightest duel for the day.
Yeah, but these top athletes were shooting very, very well, and now these two have another gold medal in their collection.
Yes. Also, come on. We just saw Italians getting another medal, this time silver.
Yeah. I think the Italians didn't get the medal only in one match, but the under 21 barebow mixed team they didn't get.
I don't know. I would have to check my.
Yeah, they weren't in the finals, for sure. So, but otherwise, Italy is just dominating today.
Yeah, that's
very strong. Yeah, but Germany cutting the string of successes short.
Yes. And to be honest, that was a combined effort. It's not like one archer was responsible for that success. Both Florian and Elisa were shooting extremely well, especially under pressure of time. Both of them shot their what was expected from them. So that's a true mixed team match.
Yeah, they were just happy with how they shot it. Actually, just it doesn't matter, but the 5 was moved down to a 4, so a final score of 50 for Italy. And now the field will be just reset, checked if everything's on spot, and we'll go for the last match of the day. Congratulations are in place on the cheering side. The supporters came. And the last match actually will be also a very interesting one, so hopefully stick around.
Yes, the last match of today will be the compact mixed team between Croatia and Luxembourg.
Ladies and gentlemen, the compound mixed team gold medal match. Signore e signori, la finale per loro del compound mixed team. Representing Luxembourg, Maria Cola. Representing Croatia, Amanda Mlinaric, Tomasz Buden. Judge for this match, arbitro del match, Mr. Lee Miller.
So the ultimate match of this afternoon. We have two very strong teams, but Luxembourg ranked 4, but this has been a very good year of despairing. They were third at the World Championships, and they won 2 European Grand Prix, and also they won the World Ranking event in Kamnik. So these two already know how to shoot together. They have shot together all year, and they are pretty successful. Against them, it's the Croatian team, where Amanda Mlinaric, she's a double youth world champion, show a lot of talent there, and Domagoj Buden, also a very good popular archer. He's currently ranked 25th in the world, has a couple of world medals and European medals. So yeah, very hard to say who'll win, but Croatia starting first.
Due to the nature of compound shooting, I would say that I'm afraid that this match will be a match until the first error. But let's not judge book by the cover. First shot is going from Croatia, and that's a 6 dead on. Strong start. She was not happy with the trigger. It was a little bit too harsh, and the arrow lands in 4. So that's 10 points for Croatia. Let's see what Luxembourg will do then.
So Gilles preparing for his shot. Gaming. And that's a 5, maybe 6. That's a nice start from him. And Maria Školná. She's a very experienced archer. Also has a couple of world medals from teams and other stuff. And that's a 6 dead on. So Luxembourg leading by 1 point.
Yeah, we can see they are kind of relaxed, they're chatting, laughing. Domagoj is aiming, and he flinched, but still 5, so it's okay. No tragedy happened. Now Amanda. Very long hold, even for compound, and then there is a release, and it lands on 6. So once again, timing is everything, and sometimes extending that procedure grants you a reward like this one.
Yes, you were saying that chatting, sometimes it's very important to ease the tension, but not too much, because you have to be in a competing zone. That's a 5, maybe 6, so that's close. Maybe I'll say a 5. But yeah, you'll have to be in the competing zone, so some stress is good because it helps you get into your focus, but you can't be very stressed because then your body will be shaking, your heart rate will increase, and that's not suitable for archery. And that's another 6, so a very nice shooting from the Luxembourg side. I believe that's 22 points. And Croatia has 21.
And so far the difference is only 1 point, so everything can happen. We'll see what's going to happen on the next courses. Although, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a weird feeling that the team which was leading on the first target was losing in the end. Am I correct?
Yeah, it was pretty much a rule today. I believe so, and most of the time it was so. Germany was losing by 1 or 2 points in the last match, and they won. And same with Italy previously. So yeah, I mean I can't say who will win just by this, but it's a very interesting thing that's happening today. The judge having a look at one of the arrows, which might be a 5, might be a 6. And now he'll just call it to the other judge. The other judge will write it down, and they can pull their arrows and go to the next target. The next target is a 30-meter far target with a diameter of 40 centimeters, and this was a challenging target for the archers because it's one of the further distances. I think it's the furthest distance you can shoot a 40 centimeter target according to the rules. And there's a 2-point difference.
Yeah, it was the points were adjusted, as we said, especially on those small targets, 20 centimeters. It's happening very often because, as we said at the beginning of our transmission, you don't need to clip that line, you need to touch it. And sometimes it's really hard to decide. And from the distance further than, I don't know, 15 centimeters, you're not gonna see it exactly. So here the points were reviewed, and actually Luxembourg leads by 2 points with Croatia on the first target. Now we are moving to the second one. Yeah. Actually, our mentioned multiple times Italy was removed from the pool by the Luxembourg couple, which won with them in the semi-finals 85 to 84, when the Croatian team eliminated Germany in semi-finals with 88 to 83 score. Once again, the only 4 teams are getting into the duels. The rest of the ranking is based on the qualifications.
Yeah, so the qualifications have been very long. It's usually done by 144 arrows across 2 days. First day, which was Tuesday for us, were unmarked distances where you had to guess how far the target is, set your sight and shoot accordingly, and the other was marked distances, the same as they are shooting now. So they are informed that this target is 30 meters, but they still have to compensate for the slope, and that's the art of field archery. That's a 5.
It's not exactly what they want. If they want to chase Luxembourg couple, they'd probably want those 6s, but 5 is something. It's a solid point. We're gonna see what's gonna be the second arrow. Once again, extremely long hold, and that's a low 4. That's a problem. For Croatia, they are now losing by 3 points, and they are giving even more space to the Luxembourg.
Yeah, so Gilles ready for his shot, aiming now, and shoots low 5. Actually, some of the mistakes that are often made by archers is that when they're according how the bow moves, when they're aiming up, like higher, all the arrows will go on the left hand side, and we can see that right now. It's to do with the pressure of the hand, and it's opposite to the when you're aiming down, all the arrows will go on the right hand side. So that's a very interesting thing, and the archers have to look out for it.
Now we saw a second 5 from Luxembourg, and that's a solid 6. That's what Croatia needs to aim for. We've mentioned that multiple times today, but this is the pressure, and in many disciplines the pressure is crucial, but in archery is even more affecting the results, because the pressure means nerves, means that you start shaking, that your heart is pounding, and sometimes your heart is pounding that hard that you can even feel that vibrations on a bow, and they need to stay calm at the moment. The Croatian couple has a lot of time, over 30 seconds yet still on the clock, so no need to rush, and That's a 5. It's okay. It's a solid one. We're gonna see how the 2 last arrows on that target from Luxembourg will look like.
Yeah, both of these arrows were a bit low, so I guess Amanda just cut a bit too much. I can, even the slightest mistake can show off on the target face, since the targets are quite far off. Gilles shooting, and that's a 5. That's a low 5. Both on the as well. Both are low, and Maria with her shot. And we can see in the background Gilles is telling her something. She's just reminding her. That's 5. We couldn't see it. It's a 5. The judge called it a 5. Yep.
We've seen situations today like that something was marked as 5, for example, but when somebody is looking closer, and so if you see on the screen that something is not marked by that star, which means that that arrow will be judged, doesn't mean that the numbers are fixed. Until something is written on a paper, on a score sheet, nothing is fixed. Judge is always next to the targets, and before their arrows are pulled out, they are checking and they are verifying the score.
Yeah, there's always 2 judges just to make sure, and now they're coming right on the 3rd target, which is the tricky one from today. But now they've, for the mixed teams, they have moved it a little bit closer, so no one gains an advantage from shooting here before. Now it's a 35-meter target at a 60-centimeter target face, and so just 5 meters further than the previous one. But this is a bit of a slope, and also a rightward slope.
Yeah, also the fun fact is that some people tend to think that, okay, if one team was shooting the same target, the same spot in a distance, let's say 40 meters, and the second one are shooting from 35 meters, that means that second one have easier situation. But it's not exactly that, because when you're closer, you need to aim much higher, because you're closer to the target, which is above you. And actually changing that angle is something that might be problematic, and it's actually adding some level of complicity to the shot. And Croatian first shot is perfect, 6. That's a beautiful start on that target. Let's see if Amanda will be able to catch up with that and add another one to the collection. Unfortunately, that's a 4 low. That might not be enough to catch up with Luxembourg.
All Amanda's first arrows were 4s. Maybe it has something to do with the judgment or the stress. Now Gilles ready for his arrow. And that's a low 5. So, yeah, the archers may be guessing that the slope is steeper than it really is, and that's why most of their arrows are landing low. But they have to communicate with each other, tell each other where they aimed it, how they set their sight. And that's a 6. That's what we expect from these brilliant archers.
6 save.
Especially from, I think, most experienced and most renowned in that between those 4, which is Maria. And that's another 6. Brilliant, brilliant.
6 save.
Now the pressure is on Amanda, because her colleague is doing everything he can to catch up with Luxembourg. And that's a 6.
Yeah, so we got it right. And now Luxembourg has to shoot 2 good shots.
Yes, now the pressure is on them. They realize that Croatia is catching up on them and they need to top up their game.
That's a long hole. You can
Oh,
start a bit
very.
shaking. I wasn't happy, but
I think it's a liner.
yeah, it's a liner 6, so good.
6-7.
It can't show in the scorecard whether it's a liner or dead center. If it's a 6, it's enough. And now last shot on this target. At least a 4 to keep their lead.
Yeah.
That's a long hole.
Oh, it's a very long hole.
She wasn't happy with it, but she
still has over 50 seconds on the clock, so all the time in the world.
Yeah, just to reset the body, reset the mind, and shoot one more. She's very experienced. She knows how to do it. And there it is. That's a liner 6.
Yeah.
So 23 points for Luxembourg, and they have a 3-point advantage. Last target in front of them, and that will be a very steep uphill 55-meter target.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you expect from the top teams. You put the pressure on them, and they start shooting even better. I think that was the best round by the Luxembourg. Croatia was catching up, was increasing the pressure. They said, okay, before 2 5s were enough, okay, we're gonna give you 2 6s. And we're gonna see what we're gonna do with that. And that's what you expect from those top athletes. That's what you expect from the gold medal duels, which we are watching at the moment.
So it's very good atmosphere here, and Croatia starting with Domagoj Budin.
Let's see. He's very calm. He's aiming, not shaking. And that's a 6. That's a right start for that target.
6-7.
Now Amanda. You said that she's starting with every target with low shot. Let's see if it's gonna happen this time as well. No, this time.
This time it was a higher shot. I just wanted to say that Domagoj shot 6s except for 2 arrows, so that's a very, very high level of shooting. Now it's on Jill.
Yes.
The Luxembourg archer. Confident, and that's a 6. That's what he needs. If they shoot 6s or 5s, they'll keep their lead.
Also the style, how they are getting those points. Solid shooting, no twitching. They're calm. They're executing their shots exactly when they want, how they want. Maria knows she has a lot of time. Nothing to be hurry about. So, okay.
Yeah, we could see the twinge there, so she just decided not to shoot this one. Reset, and again, this has happened to her on the last target. As you said previously, it might be because of the conditions, the body's just more tense, or just, yeah, it's also stress because it's the last target of the European Championships, and that's a 4. Still enough because they have to just tie whatever Croatia shoots.
4-4.
That means they are keeping their 3 points lead. So that might be just simply enough to win the medal.
That's another 6. Yeah, Domagoj is doing everything he can, everything that's required from him. He shot 2 5s and everything else was 6s. Amanda.
as usual. Oi.
That was a punch, but it's a 5, so
yeah, that's
it's
a
an yellow.
5. But we could see that her thumb was like she pressed it, then released and pressed again. It wasn't a fully controlled shot.
Yeah. With compound archers, most of the time you want to slowly press the trigger, not as you can see here with the Gilles. He's just slowly increasing the pressure, and the trigger goes off. It's a 4, but they still have a small lead.
They still have the room.
Okay, so a 5 needed here for the win. Just get back at what Amanda did. That was what we call a punch, when you force the shot. And now all the pressure on Maria. She needs to shoot a 5 for the win, and she gets a 5.
Yeah.
That's a very nice, and they win the European Championship, Field Championships. That's a great season for the two of them. World Championships third, 2 European Grand Prix win, Kamnik win the World Ranking event, and now as well the European Field Championships. So great shooting from both of them.
Yeah.
But congrats to Croatia on the silver medal. That's still, and yeah, European Championships, every medal is awesome for these archers. It has been confirmed by the judge.
Yes. Of course, the decoration and the medals will come in a second, but this is going to be it from us. So thank you for looking at those incredible archers. And goodbye, saying Pavel, Marfica,
and Daniel. Thank you for staying with us. Hope you enjoyed it. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
No, io sto ancora... Poi scendi con questi, li troviamo che ci servono anche domani. Ah, ok, sì, sì.